Are you looking to learn about server operating system with their roles and features like Active Directory domain services? You want to know about how to manage DHCP and DNS, what is domain application, and how we can transfer our FSMO roles from one domain controller to another domain controller. This video is perfect for you because I'm going to cover every topic with 100% practical. I'm going to establish our lab with the help of VMware Workstation and also guide you about how you can set up your own lab to perform all the tasks practically. So let me tell you about the agenda of this entire video. In this video, in this class, in this course, I'm going to cover 15 different topics related to Server 2022. We are going to start from the very basic, like you should clear your doubts about P2P and domain client networking. So these two methods you can use to establish your network environment, which is also considered as a logical network setup. P2P means workgroup networking, and domain client, you know that you need to install dedicated server machine and also install Active Directory domain services. And with the help of ADDS, you are easily able to control all the client computers which are available in the environment. Not only the client computer, with the help of Active Directory domain server, you are easily able to control your printer. You can manage your virtualization like ESXi or Zen server, or you can also establish your vCenter server. So these 15 different points we are going to cover. So stay tuned with Teach Me Cloud because this single video help you a lot to understand basic to expert level of Active Directory domain services. I'm going to guide you everything. So let's proceed. Our first topic is about P2P and domain client networking. Think about it. So the meaning of P2P and domain client networking, also considered as your logical network. P2P and domain versus domain and client, right? So huge gap between both the types of network. Let's take an example. Multiple machines are available and number of machines are available in the same network environment, maybe based on Windows 10 or maybe Windows 11, right? And unfortunately, all the computers are connected with same mediator. It may be switch, or maybe you are going to connect these devices with the help of wireless connection, right? And these machines are available in work group. Guys, whenever we install our computer, any type of operating system that you are going to install, like server or client based operating system like Windows 10 or Windows 11, and open sysdm.cpl. This is the command that you can use to open the properties and see we are able to find your machine is available in workgroup. If you click on change, it gives us a two option. One is domain and another is workgroup. So by default, each and every computers, when we install new operating system, your machine must be a part of workgroup. If all the machines are available in workgroup, this is considered as a peer-to-peer networking. And in case of peer-to-peer networking, all systems are self-owner, right? All the machine systems are self-owner, means no one can control to each other. Number second, used to perform data sharing related tasks, right? Like the data entry, like as you can say that cyber cafe or small shop. These all machines are connected to each other with the help of a workgroup network environment. Next, no one can control each other. No one can control each other. In this case, all the machines are self-owner and the machines must need to log in with the help of their own local administrator account. So for the small business, for the small setup, for data entry, for cyber cafe, you always set up your network with the help of peer-to-peer networking. Apart from this, we have another method to establish our network. This is the part of logical network. Apart from P2P, you can set up a domain client networking. 90% organization, enterprise and MSP infrastructure, they need to establish their network environment with the help of domain client. And in this case, you need to set up one dedicated server machine, right? Dedicated server hardware. Yes, I'm talking about. And you should install server OS, right? Server operating system, it may be server 2022, server 2025, or server 2019. Any server operating system you need to install in this machine. And same multiple client computers are available in the network environment. And both machines, server and client, are connected with dedicated switch. And definitely we are going to configure IP address, maybe manual method, or maybe with the help of DHCP, we are going to assign IP address to all connected devices. Once you set up your network with a server and client operating system based machine, we are going to install role, right? These all are type of Windows 10 or Windows 11 based operating system based client computer. And let me install one service with name of ADDS, Active Directory Domain Services. Active Directory Domain Service is a type of role that help us to provide the centralized control to all the connected resources, not only the Windows 10 or Windows 11 machine. With the help of ADDS, you can control your printer, you can manage your virtualization related application like ESXi and vCenter server. You can easily control with the help of our ADDS machine. The setup, why we need to establish our domain client networking that provide ADDS help us to control all connected devices, right? All connected devices. The number of client PCs are available in the environment are the number of printers which are available in the same network environment. You can control with the help of ADDS. All client PC should be login login using ADDS user, right? Using ADDS user means after the installation of Active Directory Domain Services, you are able to create user account, and with the help of same user, we are easily able to log in our client computers. Up to 90% organization need to set up ADDS or domain client network, right? Domain client network. This is the actual gap between P2P and domain client network environment. I hope you guys are okay with the concept. Next, let's talk about really important point that everyone need to know, because we started from the very basic. This single video help you to learn every point related to the Active Directory domain services. So next we are going to discuss about point number 2 about server hardware and operating system, right? We are going to discuss about hardware and operating system. Multiple types of servers are available in the market, like blade server, like tower type server, type like rack type server. So server hardware is totally different from your laptop. Server hardware is totally different from our workstation and desktop computer, because the server motherboard contain and give us option to mount more than one processor that contain multiple sockets. Multiple slots are available, contain a different types of NIC card, and ILO port and ID rack ports are ports are also available on our server motherboard. So let's talk about how server hardware is totally different from our normal workstation and desktop computer. So in case of hardware, which is very important for us, we should know about the differences. And we are going to talk about server operating system as well. We will talk about the server operating system, and in case of server operating system, Microsoft introduced first server operating system in year of 1995 with name of Windows NT server, right? Windows NT server in year of 1995. And second, Windows Server 2000 and 2003, 2K8 and 2K8R2. You are able to find Windows Server 2012, 2016, and latest version of server operating systems are available. Windows Server 2019, right? And 2022 and 2025. This is the type, these all the types of version of server operating systems are available in the market. And server is also a type of organ technology that every organization, IT and non-IT organizations, need to establish the server operating system to provide centralized control to all the connected devices, and also to take care of the client machines. What about hardware? Server hardware is totally different. Rack server, right? You can purchase a rack server. Second is tower type server. You can set up a tower, you can purchase tower type server. And the third one is Blade server. Yes, Blade server is also available, right? As per your requirement, you can go with any type of server. And now let's talk about how server motherboard is different from laptop motherboard and normal desktop motherboard. Structure of server motherboard, because sometime we are responsible to troubleshoot hardware related issues, so at least you should know about how server motherboard look like, right? Because sometimes you need to replace the ram, you need to add a new processor and check the power supply unit. So this is really important for everyone. This is structure of our server motherboard, and try to understand the components which are available on server motherboard. So you will easily find two different socket, or maybe more than two different sockets are available on our server motherboard, right? Apart from sockets, you can easily find multiple slots. N number of slots are available, and these slots are categorized in three different part. Okay, I'm going to tell you everything about the gap between these three different types of slots. This is socket, and in the socket you are easily able to connect CPU. Yes, I'm talking about processor. Socket is basically designed to mount the processor. Every server motherboard allows us to contain more than one processor. That's why it's better or high performance, multiple times better performance than our workstation. This is PCI slots, right? So in case of PCI, considered as a peripheral component interface, allow us to connect all the types of card. Allow to connect all types of cards. So cards in the sense like USB, you can add sound card, you can add NIC card, yes, NIC card. These types of card you can directly connect to the PCI slot. One is AGP slot. This is AGP slot, accelerated graphic port, and this is only for graphic card. Okay, this is applicable, or this will support only the graphic card. You will easily able to find multiple RAM slots are available, right? And as per the name suggests, the work of RAM slot can allow us to connect more than one RAM on same motherboard. That's why the server motherboard will give us an option to increase the configuration as per the requirement. The server motherboard contain more than 16 slots for RAM, more than two sockets for processor, multiple PCI slot and AGP slot for the better graphic. Apart from these slots and socket, we are easily able to find multiple different ports, like minimum two NIC card with the 10 Gbps speed. This is NIC card with capacity of 10 Gbps. And if you are using Dell server, then ID rack is applicable. And if we talk about HP server, then ILO port available on our server motherboard. Means with the help of these two logical ports, with the help of these two ports, we are easily able to take a remote of our server machine from anywhere in the world. And the best part, with the help of this particular these ports, we are easily able to open and configure BIOS remotely. Yes, you can easily configure the setting of your BIOS remotely. You can shut down your computer, right? We can easily shut down, restart, and also start your computer remotely. For example, you are providing technical support to your US client or UK client, and you want to restart or open the BIOS, then ILO port will help you. ILO and IDREC port allow us to install new operating system as well, right? And give us option to upgrade our existing BIOS setting as well. So these tasks we can manage with the help of our server motherboard only by using the feature of IDREC and ILO port. I hope everyone okay with the concept that we discussed so far. So let's move to the next. If you have any question, please drop a comment. I'll definitely reach out to your comment and give you the proper solution. Guys, please try to make a note and write down the all information and try to implement your own practical with the help of VMware Workstation. So I'm going to guide you about how you are going to establish your lab for the practice purpose. So now we just completed the part of P2P and domain client networking. We understand about the different types of server operating systems are available in the in the market, and also we talked about the hardware, rack type server, tower type server, and blade server available in the market, and you can choose and buy as per your requirement. Number one, number two, and number third. Let's talk about topic number third. Here we are going to talk about how to set up lab for lab using VMware Workstation, right? Because we are trying to understand how Active Directory domain services can work. So it's mandatory you must need to set up your own lab and perform all the tasks parallelly according to the course, according to the video. Minimum hardware requirement to set up your lab for Active Directory domain services. Minimum hardware requirement, right? So it's mandatory. Maybe you have a laptop, right? Maybe you are using laptop, ThinkPad, or any other type of laptop, or you have a dedicated desktop. So let me tell you about the configuration for both. Minimum RAM, if you really want to perform all the tasks of Active Directory domain services with proper domain application FSMO role transfer, minimum 16 GB of RAM, right? This is mandatory, and about Core i5 or Core i7 with minimum 10th generation and minimum 6 core of processor. This is the requirement. And what about hard drive? 512 GB SSD and 1 TB of HDD. If you have a 1 TB of SSD, that's very good because SSD will give you the high configuration, high data transmission speed. Same configuration required for desktop, right? Same configuration required for desktop. And what software that you need to use? We are going to establish our lab using VMware Workstation, right? So VMware Workstation is very helpful to set up our own lab. And number third, download ISO images for Windows Server 2022 and Windows 11 operating system. So I'm going to guide you how you're going to download this ISO image and VMware Workstation. I'll share the VMware Workstation to you. No worry about it. I'll upload in Google Drive and share with you guys. So these all are the prerequisites. ISO image you can download directly from Microsoft site. And if you're not able to download, let me know. I'll try to give you the access of ISO image, all the ISO images. Next, very first step, install VMware Workstation, right? VMware Workstation. And basic steps required. I have already taken the RDP of my desktop and the configuration of this machine, 32 GB of RAM, Core i7 processor, Core i5 processor, and 512 SSD and 1 TB of HDD. Core i5 2.5 gigahertz, 12th generation processor, right? And 32 GB of RAM. And we have enough space. Windows 11 Pro operating system that I'm using on this machine. I have already downloaded all required software in the software folder in the software drive. I downloaded VMware Workstation. This is VMware Workstation 17 Pro, and I have a keys for this. And second, server operating system 2016, 2019, and 2022. Already downloaded from Microsoft site for these operating system. and I have Windows 10 operating system and Windows 11 operating system based ISO image also available. So let's proceed and try to install our virtual machine using VMware Workstation. Although I have already installed it, you just need to double click on our setup file of VMware Workstation, and it will give us option to perform the task related to the installation. Next, finish, and you can easily install. Try to create one virtual machine based on Windows Server 2022. Always, whenever you set up a Windows Server operating system, please try to install custom installation. Open file, click on virtual machine. Do not proceed with the typical installation because we are trying to install server operating system. Custom, next. We already decided I will install operating system later. No need to do anything. Proceed with next. Windows Server and select Server 2022. Next. And I want to put it into dedicated drive because I don't want to put the virtual file in C drive, otherwise it will consume the space. ADDS 2020 and proceed next. 2-core processor enough, and I want to provide 8 GB of RAM initially, providing 8 GB of RAM. Later we are going to create another server operating system and client operating system based machine with less RAM like 5 GB or 4 GB. But for now we just need to proceed with 8 GB. Here we are able to see three different options are available. Use bridge connection, use NAT connection, and the second one is third is use host only and do not use network connection. I want to put my virtual machines in bridge connection. It means that you want to connect your virtual machine directly to the access point, the Wi-Fi connection that you are using, and your Wi-Fi router will be able to assign IP address to your VM if you are going to put your virtual machine in bridge connection. Next. Next, 60 gig hard disk is enough. Please proceed and create. One virtual machine with name of Windows Server 2022 is ready to use. Please turn on it, and you know that we haven't assigned any ISO image to this VM. So after once you turn on, please go to the virtual machine properties, settings, select CD and DVD, click on connect, use ISO image file, and the all ISO images are available in software folder. Server image, select Windows Server 2022 that we downloaded earlier, and restart your virtual machine and boot from CD. Press any key, click in the box of black screen, hit enter or press any key, and it will give us another page where we need to follow the steps to install server 2022. This is the first step to set up your own lab. Basic steps required. I want to click next, click install now. And guys, here we are able to see multiple options are available. Standard version and desktop experience, data center version, desktop experience. The first one is considered as a core installation that will not allow us any kind of GUI, and desktop experience will give us access of our operating system with the proper desktop version, means you will get an access of all the services in GUI format. But evaluated version will allow us to perform all the tasks with the help of PowerShell script. I don't want to use PowerShell script. And try to install data center because data center is fully cloud or fully supported for the virtualization. You can set up Hyper-V or you want to migrate your computer to the cloud platform. So this desktop data center version will help us a lot. Custom installation, 60 gig hard disk enough. Proceed with next. And it will hardly take 5 to 7 minutes to get our Windows Server 2022 is ready to use. Apart from this server 2022, we are going to set up one more virtual machine with Windows 10 that we can manage all the initial level of tasks like GPO, users management, group management, OU management properly. So initially you need to create two virtual machine, and later we are going to establish one more virtual machine based on server 2022 22 to perform the task of domain replication like forest, tree, additional domain controller, RODC. These all points we are going to discuss later. But let's start our journey with the simple ADDS environment. So what you need to do initially, you need to create two virtual machines, right? Our responsibility to create, install VMware Workstation, create VM for server 2022, and create client VM, means Windows 11 operating system, right? Two virtual machines initially required to perform all the tasks. I hope you guys are okay with the concept installing and creating virtual machine over a VMware workstation, because in this case you also need to copy and paste, means you need to establish your a VMware workstation and create at least two virtual machines to perform all the tasks. All right, so this is ready to use. Our Windows server is installation is in progress. We are going to install and create one more virtual machine based on Windows 11. So meanwhile, let me proceed and create another VM with name of client. This time for the client machine, you can install using typical method. Select your operating system right now because this is the client, so it will allow us to install directly. Windows 11, and I'm going to use name client PC. Okay, same location. The storage I want to use D drive. I think, yeah, D drive, because this partition I created only for the virtual machines file, right? Password, yes, I want to provide a password for local administrator. Next, not much. Let me proceed with 45 GB of storage. And how much RAM? 4 gig of RAM is enough. And make sure your virtual machine should be on bridge connection, because the server machine we established using bridge connection. So your client machine is also available on bridge connection. Server 2022 is ready to use because we are able to see in the backend restart now option is highlighted. Uh, Windows 11 machine is in progress. So let's wait. I hope everyone able to understand about the concept, because this is the initial kind of task that you need to perform. And once you complete this video, then you are easily able to handle the Active Directory environment of any organization. Right, we will talk about the some troubleshooting part as well, like sometime your client machine are not able to log in with the help of Active Directory user. So I'll give you some tips how we can resolve the problem of system if the client machine is not able to access, not accessible through the ADDS user. Still in progress, but Windows Server 2022 is I think ready to use, right? Because in the back end we are able to see in progress, because multiple processes working in the back end, so that's why it is taking time. Let me guide you about what we are trying to achieve. Basically, virtual machine with Windows Server 2022 and virtual machine with Windows 11, right? This is for ADDS, and this one is applicable for client PC, right? Means this machine by default available in Workgroup, and we will make it member of ADTS. This is our agenda. We are trying to establish two virtual machines with the help of same VMware workstation. Still in progress. I hope you guys are okay and able to understand about the steps that we are using and the concept that we are going to that we are talking about, why it is important, why client machine we need to establish in the real moment. So these all the points you need to mention on your notes. bit slow because multiple process, like multiple activity with system need to perform in the back end. So that is the reason it is taking time. All right, client machine is also ready to use. So I'm going to turn on the client machine to install our Windows 11 operating system. And with the help of Windows 11 operating system, we will make it member of domain controller. The domain services we will install in our server 2022. Okay. So this is in progress. Windows 11, we need to install fresh operating system in this machine. We already assigned the ISO image. If it is not able to access ISO image from uh, the drive, you just need to restart and try to boot it again. Right click, restart, hit enter to boot it from a disk. Yes. Booting process is started. In Windows Server 2022, you should provide your password, right? This is mandatory because this is our local administrator, built-in administrator password. And guys, we are using VMware Workstation, so it's mandatory to install VMware Tools. VMware Tools is basically collection of multiple drivers that contain a number of drivers in VMware Tools. Please log in it. Right click on your virtual machine, go to the install VMware Tools, and once you check mark open drive, we are able to see one dedicated drive is attached. Right click and install and run program. Please proceed with next, and finish. And it will install multiple drivers like NIC card, sound card, display card, graphic card, chipset. All the drivers will automatically install in this Windows Server 2022. And after that, we are going to install Active Directory Domain Services. Client machine is in progress. Please proceed with next. Follow the steps. I don't have a key. Please proceed without key. You should install Windows 11 Pro. Do not use Home Basic or Home version or Basic version, because if you install your home version, then definitely you're not able to convert your machine from workgroup to domain. Fine, installation is in progress and VMware tools installed successfully. Mandatory to restart. All right, so our setup is ready to use. It means that we completed second part. Back to the main page and let me check mark the task that we completed so far. So these two topics we completed. With these three topics we completed. And now it's time to understand what is ADDS, what is Active Directory Domain Services. Right. So third number, we are going to discuss about all about ADDS, right? We have all the machines, means one server operating system and one client machine is available. So talk about the points that we need to discuss. What is ADDS? And second, prerequisite to install ADDS in server 2022, right? These 2 points, let's start with these 2 points. And later we are going to discuss about how to join our client machine from Workgroup to domain. So talk about what is the ADDS. So ADDS is a basically centralized control devices, right? Think about you establish your server 2019 or 2022 in high configuration machine. Multiple client computers are available based on Windows 10 or Windows 11. ESXi host available. One printer is available. One storage is available, right? This is ESXi. This is our network printer. And we have a dedicated database server, right? We establish a database. And multiple client computers are also available, like Windows 10 or Windows 11 machine is also are available in the same network environment. This is considered as a centralized control device. This is type of centralized control device. Means with the help of this particular machine, we are able to control and manage all the connected hardware or connected devices, not only the client machine. You can control your ESXi, you can manage your SAN storage, you can control the printing process of your network printer as well. So that's why it is really important for every organization, no matter your the nature of your business. Nature of business is non-technical, right? Like real estate, or medical, or entertainment, whatever. Uh, ADDS must be come into the picture. And talk about the prerequisite. This is important for us. We need to know about the prerequisite to install Active Directory domain services. Let me check the status. Okay, our Windows 11 is also almost ready to use, right? But talk about the procedure that we can use to install Active Directory domain services. Second is prerequisite to install ADDS. Okay, so in this case, prerequisite to install Active Directory domain services. Number one, install server OS, any server operating system in good hardware configuration based device. Good configuration machine means in the sense 64 GB RAM and 1 TB of SSD, Core i7 processor, like that. Then configure manual IP address. This is important. IP address, or you can say that the static IP address. Number third, LAN card must be active. Yes, this is important. LAN card must be active. And number four, log in using local administrator. This is the prerequisite. You must need to log in with the help of local administrator account. And number five, at least one client PC, means Windows 11, for testing. These all are the prerequisites that you need to keep in your mind. So we establish one server machine in good configuration. We need to configure manual IP address, bit prefer and alternate. I wanted to add two more points. Prefer plus alternate IP address. This is mandatory that we can easily convert our machine from workgroup to domain. All right, so let's install it. Let's configure manual IP address to this machine. I want to check which IP address basically assigned by DHCP of Wi-Fi connection. IP config 1.11. But I want to configure manual IP address 1.100. ncpa.cpl, right click on your Ethernet port, go to the IPv4 and make it manual. 192.168.1.100. I decided to provide 1.100. 1.1 is gateway that we can easily access internet. 192.168.1.200 as a preferred DNS. We don't have an alternate DNS, so you can put 8.8.8 as a alternate as an alternate address. This is first step. We are using VMware Workstation, so please turn off firewall. Use firewall.cpl and turn off it. That allow us to make a communication between your client to domain. Is all right. This is important and be configured. You also need to clear about the time zone. The time zone of your client machine and domain controller machine must be equal to each other. So I want to set it as per the current time zone. Done. All right. So everything is okay. Go to the client PC. Let me set up the client machine. The basic steps required. These are all basic steps you need to follow to configure your Windows 11 machine. Prerequisites of server machine is almost ready. Setup for personal use. I'm trying to access with the help of Microsoft account that I have basically. And let me choose the another way with the help of using my own password. I'm going to log in and connect with Microsoft account. Maybe MFA required, so I'm ready for the multi-factor authentication as well. Fine, everything is okay. Need to create a PIN, 4 digit maybe. All right, everything is okay. Please accept the term. I don't want to like synchronize with my account for now. I don't want to use any Microsoft 365 services because that we need to purchase. You have to purchase the license if you want to continue with that. Cool. Windows 11 machine is almost ready to use. Windows Server operating system, we successfully configured manual IP address, turn off firewall, change the timing, and now it's time to install Active Directory domain services, right? So before installation of Active domain services, I wanted to add one really important point that you can like as a understand about the concept of ADDS. Each and every server operating system give us access of server manager dashboard that we discussed earlier. Server manager dashboard, right? So server manager dashboard allow us to configure roles and features. Multiple roles and features are available. The roles are ADDS, DHCP, DNS. You guys are aware about IIS, ADFS, ADCS, and you know that LDAP. These all are basically considered as a roles, as it is a number of roles are available. And in the features, you are able to find Windows Server Backup. This is type of feature. .NET Framework is a type of feature. Group Policy Management. This is also a type of features. Correct? So up to more than 19, yes, 90 to 20, 19 to 20 different roles are available in Server 2022. I'll show you how it's look like, how you can manage the roles on our Server 2022. Client machine is ready to use. Very first step, please install VMware tools. Install VMware tools to access your virtual machine smoothly, to perform all the tasks smoothly with this VM. Right click on your VM, click on install, and you will find one C drive is automatically attached. Open DVD drive and setup.exe. Proceed with installation. Installation is in progress. Cool. Almost ready to use. And now our both virtual machines are installed with, we installed VMware Workstation, VMware tools with Windows 10 and Windows 11. The points, the topics that we discussed so far, can you please recap the all points? Write down the all information that I provided and take 10-minute break, and then we are going to connect again and continue it again and discuss about the installation process. All right, thank you. We are going to connect in next 10 minutes. We understand about the concept of active directory domain services. I wanted to add one more point because this is really important. I'm getting lots of questions related to how we can manage our virtual machines with the help of VMware Workstation. So in VMware Workstation, you are able to find multiple options. Those options can help us to manage the IP address of our virtual machines. Right. So let me show you. I'm talking about the NAT, bridge, and host only options which are available in the properties of our virtual machines adapter. This is really important for everyone. If you're going to establish, definitely you need to establish your setup with the help of VMware Workstation, because that will help you a lot to make your infrastructure just like as a real environment. Real environment in the sense I'm talking about like any organization, you are responsible to take care of the Active Directory. So you should know about the way, you should know about the meaning of these three different options that we have. Whenever we right click on our virtual machine, it gives us an option related to the adapter. So under the adapters, you can see this is bridge connection, and you can also put your virtual machine to the bridge connection and replicate the physical adapter to the connection state. Next one is related to the NAT, and another is host only, and the last one is a specific virtual machine, specific virtual machine network. One, two, three, four different options are available, and the last one is related to the LAN segment. Why we are talking about these points? Because I'm going to fulfill the prerequisites of our like the virtual machines that we established, because this is the prerequisite to establish our Active Directory domain services on server 2022, server 2019 or 2025, whatever type of server operating system that you establish using VMware Workstation, mandatory to provide manual IP address, because your DNS will directly associate, DNS will directly communicate with the service of our like IP address. So bridge connection, as per the name suggests, the meaning of bridge connection. Try to understand, and this is the additional point that just wanted to add that you can set up your lab properly with the help of VMware workstations. So, take an example. This is our base machine. Okay, so maybe you are using desktop or laptop, whatever machine that you are currently using to set up your lab with the help of VMware workstation. So maybe your machine is connected wireless with the help of cable, right? So this one is our Wi-Fi connection. Whatever ISP that you are currently using, your machine is directly associated with the ISP, correct? And the virtual machine we are trying to create in our the physical machine, you should install VMware Workstation, right? We already established VMware Workstation. It's a type of tool, hypervisor type 2, and we created virtual machine maybe for server 2022, and the another virtual machine we established for client operating system Windows 11 or Windows 10. All right. So let's try to understand the use cases, right? Try to understand the work of these three different options. VMware Workstation give us an option to put your virtual machine in bridge. You can put your virtual machines using bridge connection. And second, you can also use the method of, the another method is NAT. You can configure your virtual machine using host only, right? So these three options are available that allow us to manage our virtual machines networking. Think about if I'm going to put my both virtual machines using bridge connection. All the VMs I'm going to put on bridge connection, VM1 and VM2 and VM3. Because in upcoming class, we are going to talk about the domain replication. So that time we'll set up one more virtual machine based on server operating system that we can copy the all services of root domain controller to the additional domain controller. If all the machines are available on bridge connection, right? If all machines are available on bridge connection, then it means that what you need to do, you should you will get an IP address directly from Wi-Fi connection, right? Or the wired connection that you are currently using means no gap between your virtual machines and the number of physical machines that connected with the same internet service provider are able to communicate, and also the all machines will get the same range of IP address. It means that in future, if you are going to create any kind of DHCP in your virtual machine, the server that you establish using VMware Workstation, if you set up any kind of range of IP address, like the pool of IP address, then your physical machines will get an IP address directly from the virtual machines that you establish in VMware Workstation. If the both machines, if the all computers are available in bridge connection, so this is the issue. Uh, in case of real environment, always try to use NAT option, right? NAT is a network address translator. The meaning of network address translator, it will allow our virtual machine to make a communication between each other. For example, I'm going to set up a virtual machine, number of VMs are available, and all virtual machines are available with the setting of NAT. So only these machines will be able to make a communication, and all the machines are able to access internet connection as well. Is that clear? And it also ping only and only with the base machine, not another computers. It will be communicate with the base machine only. NAT will allow us connection between the base machine and virtual machine, not another computers that connected with the same network environment. And the last one is host only. In case of you are going to put your virtual machines in settings of setting of host only, then only the virtual machines will be able to make a communication between each other. Even your base machine will not able to communicate with the VMs which are available in the settings of setting of host only. Guys, this is the actual concept. I hope everyone okay with these points. In case of you are going to establish your lab with the help of VMware Workstation, always try to put your virtual machines using NAT, because once you set up your network, virtual network with the help of NAT method, then it will not conflict with the network The physical network are the machines which are connected with the internet service provider. So that's the reason you always put your VMs in the format of NAT. I'm moving to the setup because we need to proceed for the next step. This is client machine, and in client machine I establish VMware work, like Windows 11 operating system is available, and we will use this Windows 11 as a part of domain controller. Because if you really want to learn about how Active Directory domain server services can perform the task, mandatory to set up at least one or two client operating system based machine that you can easily check the features and services and policies related to your AD. Whatever policies, whatever features that you are going to use on your domain controller, it will impact to your client machines. Maybe Windows 10, maybe Windows 11, right? And we already talked about, in case of you are using VMware Workstation to establish your environment, mandatory to install VMware tools, because you know that VMware tools is a type of, you can say that, collection of multiple drivers that allow us to run our virtual machine smoothly, right? So that's why it's mandatory to install VMware tools on your virtual machine, and after that we are proceeding to install Active Directory domain services. And I'm going to put both virtual machine in setting of NAT, definitely. This is Windows 11 available in NAT, and our Windows Server 2022 is also on NAT. Clear? It's time to configure manual IP address. Let me configure manual IP address, because in previous class we talked about why organizations need to establish one dedicated server and install Active Directory domain services, because we are going to provide centralized control to all the connected devices, not only the computer, not only the Windows 10 or Windows 11 operating system. With the help of this Windows Server and Active Directory domain server services, we are going to manage our printer and another ESXi and virtualizations related services as well. So I want to identify, because in case of NAT, NAT will give you one dedicated IP address. So IP config is command that you need to execute 192.168.71.148. I want to check ncpa.cpl. Make sure you must need to configure manual IP address that we discussed in like in the previous class. So I have already configured 192.168.71.148, and this is gateway. Preferred DNS or alternate DNS, both are configured. Fine, we good with that. And using VMware Workstation, mandatory to turn off firewall. This is the prerequisite. And one more prerequisite, make sure you have a minimum 20 GB free hard disk space on your operating system drive that you can manage and set up the services related to ADDS. Cool. Going back, and we successfully installed our VMware tools on our client operating system based machine. And let me check the IP address that we are currently getting. CMD and check IP config 192.168.147 ncpa.cpl. Same IP address I'm going to configure manually, because you also need to describe about your root domain controller IP address. 192.168.71.147, right? And 192.168.71.2 gateway. 192.168.71.148 root domain controller. Always put the IP address of your Active Directory domain server. I know I haven't installed yet, but we need to prepare our client machine. Uh, at the same time that we can, once our domain controller is ready to use, we will manage our what we can say that we will easily convert our client machine from a group to domain. Also need to turn off firewall. Firewall.cpl, it will redirect you on the page of firewall management. Please click OK. Go to this particular panel. Follow the step to install Active Directory domain services. So very basic steps required. Please open Server Manager dashboard, and this is the panel where we can find up to more than 19 roles are available and more than 56 features are available. So what you need to do, add role and features. I have already selected this particular role. So if you see, this is Active Directory domain services role already installed. You just need to check mark it. And first step, to save some time, that's why I install it. So once you install this particular role, let me show you because I don't want any confusion. So let me remove it and install it again, that you can clear your concept. This is really important. End-to-end training related to the Active Directory domain services. This single video help you a lot to become a Active Directory engineer, or you can say that server engineer. That's why I'm trying to make everything, the all possibilities, all topics we are going to cover in this particular single class, that will help you a lot, right? So it is in progress. Meanwhile, I'm going to make some changes in our virtual machine. The changes that required, just establish this machine. So please try to turn on or activate the built-in administrator. This PC, right click, manage, right? You just need to open the manage local user and groups users. Your local domain control, local administrator is by default disabled. You have to activate it manually, right? It's mandatory. You have to activate it manually. Right click, go to the properties and uncheck this disable account. I don't want to go with this one, password never expire, because in future maybe we are going to manage any kind of services related to the SSPR. So that time it will help us. And set password, mandatory. You need to configure password for your local administrator account. This is mandatory. Fine. Our built-in administrator is ready to use. Meanwhile, our domain controller is also, not domain controller, server operating system is also available. We'll back to the client machine again and we'll try to log in with the help of local administrator. But now let's proceed and install Active Directory domain service on server 2022. First step, configure manual IP address. Second step, make sure your machine must be connected with the internet, a local area network, and also minimum 20 GB space available in your C drive, right? That you can manage all the Active Directory related services. Add role and features, click next, next, next. And here we need to select second option is related to the Active Directory domain services. Please click here, next, 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 and install. Cool. These all are the steps required. This is first step to install Active Directory domain services, and you need to decide the name of your domain controller as per your brand, as per your company, as per your business name, right? So first step, install the Active Directory roles, ADDS role, and after that we are going to proceed and promote it. See, this option is promote this server to our domain controller. So I want to proceed, and here we can see three different options. Add a domain controller to an existing domain, add a new domain to an existing forest, and last one is related to add a new forest. Very simple to understand about these three different options. We don't have any domain controller so far, so no need to select first option. We are not going to make any kind of forest our child domain controller. So that's why, because we don't have a root domain controller, and without root domain controller, without PDC, we are not able to establish additional domain controller or child domain controller. So please click on this particular panel. You already decided your domain name. So I'm going to proceed with name of teachmecloud.in. This is my public domain because my website, LMS page, and data associated with this particular domain. So that's why I'm going to use teachmecloud.in. This is our domain controller name, and it will redirect you on another page where we can see the option of forest functional label, domain functional label. You must need to set up, it's up to you. You mandatory to establish your DNS service, global catalog, and RODC. Unfortunately, these two options are checked mark. Is that correct? Means your server, your ADDS will contain the feature of DNS, and also your domain controller, root domain controller should be global catalog. And the last option is RODC. We cannot make it RODC because the read-only domain controller will not allow us to perform all the tasks. Forest function label and domain functional label can help us in case your organization currently using an old version of server operating system with Active Directory services. Maybe the company is currently using Server 2019 and decided to bring the all services from 2019 to 2022. So in this situation, you need to select the old version, and it will give us option to synchronize the services from old version to the latest version, which is separate part. DSRM password, which is directory service restored mode. Every server operating system, whenever we promote our machine as a domain controller, it gives us option to protect your Active Directory services. In Active Directory services, multiple objects come into the picture: your users, your computer, your groups, your organizational unit, your sites, and also group policy. And if you want to protect these objects and containers, mandatory to use system state backup. With the help of system state backup, we are easily able to secure all the objects and container of your Active Directory domain services. So I want to provide the password, and this password required when you restore your machine from system state backup. While restoring, it will ask you, tell me about your DSRM password. And DSRM is the type of mode of your machine. Safe mode with networking, safe mode with command prompt, right? And this is DSRM. Four different types of safe mode are available. Safe mode with minimal setup, or you can say that general safe mode with networking, safe mode with PowerShell, or safe mode with command prompt, and last one is DSRM. Cool, no problem. Next, proceed. And guys, this is really important page because we are able to see the net BIOS, the network BIOS, the name, the domain name that we provided. With the help of this particular name, we are able to convert our machines which are available in Workgroup to domain controller. So NetBIOS will name will help us. NetBIOS will allow us to bring or connect our client machines to the domain controller. Please proceed with next, and wait for a few more minutes. Okay, cool. This is really important and final step. Database folder, C Windows NTDS. Log file folder, C Windows NTDS. SYSVOL folder, C Windows SYSVOL. These three database files automatically create once you set up your domain controller on any server operating system. The work of NTDS that contains the information about your Active Directory objects and container. This is also considered as a database files related to your ADDS, and logs files that help you a lot to verify which user is going to log in your server computer. If you created multiple service account and according to the shift, another like a different engineers are going to use same machine, log in with their own user ID and password, so you can check the logs and also trace the if anything happened with our server computer, so you can check the log and you can identify which engineer are at what time the problem occurred with our server machine. SYSVOL. SysVol is a system volume, which is a pre-shared folder. System volume is a pre-shared folder, and which is responsible to synchronize group policies with the help of schema. SysVol folder allow us to apply the policies from your domain controller to all the connected machines which are associated directly with our domain controller. So this is the concept. Proceed with next. Next, no need to do anything. This is prerequisite check. In the prerequisites check, it will check the all prerequisites that require to install Active Directory domain services. All prerequisite checks passed, means everything is okay. Fine. Let's proceed and install. This is final step, and your machine will restart within 2 minutes, and your domain controller will ready to use. I hope everyone okay. So it will take time. Meanwhile, move to the client machine. This is Windows 11 computer, and we just activated our local administrator. So please try to access your client PC with the help of local administrator. Go to the admin page, provide password. So I have already set password for our client machine, and I want to change the name of computer because we are going to perform a task properly, like as an infrastructure, like as like as an organization. That's why we need to provide a dedicated name for client computer that you can easily understand. If you are going to handle the real infrastructure of Active Directory domain services and you are responsible to manage all the ADDS services, that time it will help you a lot, right? Nomination or naming convention is really important for every engineer to maintain and manage your resources and services. Cool. So our client machine is ready to use. Let me reset the name, or we are going to reset the name once our domain controller is ready to use. Okay. Active Directory service installed successfully, And next step, let me check the agenda because we are following the proper agenda. Okay, cool. So I hope everyone okay with this point 5. We talked about databases. And next one is related to the logical and physical structure of ADDS. You can also say that components of Active Directory Domain Services. I'm talking about the user's ID and the objects and containers. No, objects and containers is separately available. Let's try to understand about logical and physical structure of ADDS. Very important. Installation completed. Your machine is restarting. And meanwhile, let me guide you about the use cases of Active Directory, ADDS, um, physical and logical components. Fine, this is really important. Physical and logical components. You need to identify which are considered as a physical component or logical component. This is dedicated machine, right? This is our server operating system where we install server 2022. All right. And we establish our domain controller with name of teachmecloud.in. Correct? This is our domain name. We successfully established our domain controller using a dedicated machine. Okay. And this is also considered as a ADDS, Active Directory Domain Services. The Active Directory Domain Services contain two important components. One is physical components and the second is related to the logical component. So you can easily find from Microsoft site because the documentation you need to create, and I'm going to guide you about the use cases of these physical and logical components because it's important for us. Physical and logical components of Active Directory Domain Services. This is important, guys. So in case of physical and logical components, multiple logical components are available. Think about these all are the logical component: schema, object, organizational unit, domain, trees, and forest, domain controller, data store, global catalog, read-only domain controller, and sites. These all considered as a logical physical component. DC, data store, and global catalog, read-only domain, and site. We have a list of physical component. One is domain controller, right? The first one is domain controller. Second physical component you can consider as data store. We already talked about whenever we promote our machine as a domain controller, it will create a 3 folder in C drive under the Windows folder. The database of your Active Directory considered as a physical component. Number third is related to global catalog, RODC, global catalog server. Number four, read-only domain controller. And the last one is the number of sites that you created. These 5 different components are considered as a physical component. And what about the logical components? In case of logical component, schema, object, OU, domain, trees, forest. In the logical components, we have a multiple part, schema master, right? Second, all objects, the number of objects are available on our ADDS. Then organizational unit is also a type of logical component, and domain, tree, and forest. Domains, the number of domain that you created, about tree, and the last one is collection of trees. which is considered as a forest. This is the gap between our physical and logical component, and this is really important for everyone. You should clear about the concept related to these components, because if you want to handle the large infrastructure for any organization, it's mandatory you should clear about the use cases. Domain controller is a physical machine, right? Like we are using server 2022, and this is a physical machine being established on VMware Workstation using virtual machine. But in the real environment, you should purchase one dedicated server, and over a server, you need to install server operating system, and after that, promote your domain controller. Data store is ADDS file storage, right? ADDS file storage in the sense like whatever task that you are going to perform, like users creation, group creation, and whatever task that you are going to manage, all the information managed by this particular storage, this particular data store. And GC is a global catalog which is responsible or contain the information about your objects, users information, and that help us to log in our client machine with the help of global catalog service. Help to log in client PC using GC, because the global catalog contains the information about your user, password, first name, last name, attributes, all the information contained by the global catalog. Next is RODC, read-only domain controller. Need to establish this particular server in the particular location where we have a concern related to the security. We don't want to hire any engineers who are responsible to take care. And to save our infrastructure, means no one can make any changes with the RODC. No one can create user. No one can modify user. No one can manage the group policy services using this particular read-only domain controller. And the site is collection of multiple domain controllers. Site 1 is Mumbai, site 2 is Pune, and site 3 is maybe Delhi, right? And site 4 is Dubai. We are going to establish our domain controller, our additional domain controller in this location, and the root domain controller situated in Pune location. So root domain controller will be able to manage all the branches and all the domain controllers which are situated in different geographical locations. I'll help you in case of domain replication. I'll guide you about the use cases of this uh, meaning of sites. All right, schema, object, OU, domain, tree, and forest. These all are the considered as a logical component. Schema we'll talk about in our FSMO roles, and about OU and object and domain we are going to discuss in case of logical components of our active domain services. All good, guys. We are able to see TeachMe Cloud is ready to use, right? I'm going to log in with the help of root account. Client is also ready to use. And let me check. This is really important setting that you need to check once you log in your sign in with your active domain server. So open ncpa.cpl, and unfortunately we are able to see Ethernet 2, network adapter 2. Your domain controller must be resolved with the name, because due to IPv6 was enabled while setup. That's why it is giving us 127 IP address. So please confirm your IP address, preferred IP address 148.8.8.8. Close it. Disable and enable. TeachMeCloud.in is resolved, and we are going to convert our machine from workgroup to domain. And this is our agenda that we already talked about. Next topic we completed with the logical components, and now we are on page of join Windows 11 to the domain controller. This is really important. So next, let's talk about it. We already configured preferred DNS and alternate DNS IP address. We already provided. Let me show you, because ncpa.cpl, go to the Ethernet properties, and here we can see 147 is the IP address of your client machine. 148 is your preferred DNS, means the root domain controller. Check communication between both the computers. Let me identify the connection. Ping is space 192.168.71.148. We are able to communicate. Everything is okay. And now open SYSVOL. It will redirect you on this particular page, and here we can see the change option. I want to change the computer name as well. The computer name that I decided, mm, class PC. Okay, the name of computer is class PC, and your domain name is teachmecloud.in. Right? Provide the domain controller name and click OK. Asking for username and password. So in this case, you need to provide your username and password of your Active Directory's domain controller. So administrator is our username, and I'm going to provide password of ADDS machine, guys, and click next. Welcome to teachmecloud.com domain. Okay, we successfully converted, and close it. Okay, and close it. Restart mandatory. Now, what are the prerequisites? This is important for us. We should know about the prerequisite to like as a convert, how to join Windows 10 11 to domain controller. All right. So this is our agenda, and we are going to talk about the in case if you are getting an error, so how we can resolve the issues. Very first step, prerequisite. This is important. You should know about the prerequisites. Your domain controller is working properly. This is your domain controller, teachmecloud.in. This is our domain. And we successfully established multiple client-based machine, right? Maybe these all are the client-based computer. This is Windows 10, Windows 11, right? And Windows 10. Maybe the procedure for Windows 10 and Windows 11 are equal to each other. All machines are connected with one mediator. This is mediator. Mediator in the sense your switch, maybe wireless, maybe wired connection you can connect. And let's try to convert. Let's try to make it member of domain controller. How we can do that? This is really important for everyone. Try to understand about the concept. What are the steps required? In case of your domain controller, check domain PC NIC must be resolve DNS. Means once you open the ncpa.cpl, your Ethernet adapter must be show you the name of your domain controller. This is the meaning of DNS. Number third, prefer and alternate IP address configured manually, right? Mandatory to configure manual IP address. These things are required from clients domain side. And what about client side? We decided to make it member of domain controller because this machine is available in work group. So what are the steps? Check IP with preferred DNS and alternate DNS IP address must be configured in client. What do you think about preferred DNS and alternate DNS? Preferred DNS is the root account, alternate DNS 8.8.8. Next, timing of both machine must be same. I'm talking about the zone and also timing should be same to each other. Number third, really important, check communication. Check communication. Both PC must be pinged to each other. Your system must be communicate to each other, and these all are the prerequisite, I think. And that's it. These all are the points that we need to keep in our mind. So we converted our machine from workgroup to domain. I hope everyone okay. And guys, if you're getting an error while converting your machine, like your domain controller is not available, you are not able to reach out to the domain machine. So if you're getting these types of errors, so make sure check the communication once. If the machines are communicating to each other, then definitely we are easily able to convert our client machine to the domain controller. We can easily manage it. Can we proceed for the next? The another important point is really helpful for everyone who want to make career, who want to learn about Active Directory. And guys, if you just complete these 15 different points, easily you can crack the interview related to Active Directory domain services. Give your valuable feedback as in comment that I can make videos as per your requirement. Please do comment, suggest, and also give your valuable feedback. Fine, guys. So next is ADDS objects and container. This is important for everyone. Talk about the concept of ADDS objects and compare ADDS objects and containers. Why it is important, right? Why we need to understand about the meaning of objects and container? Because this is the backbone, guys. ADDS objects and containers. So whenever we set up our Active Directory domain services, it's mandatory for us we should clear about the use cases of AD objects and AD containers. Mandatory for us, you should know about the use cases of objects and containers. Multiple objects are available. The objects are users, groups, shared folder. Number 4, computers. Number 5, printer, right? If any network printer that you are going to control and manage with the help of your Active Directory domain services, so printer is also a type of object. And what about containers? So first one is domain controller. The domain is also considered as a container. Then sites are also containers, and the last one is organizational units. Means total number of objects are available 5. Total number of containers available 3. All right, and we are going to learn about the use cases of these objects and containers. So let's start with the user object. All right, so go back to the domain environment. Your machine successfully converted from workgroup to domain back to the server operating system. And here we need to open Server Manager dashboard. And in the dashboard, please click on tools and we are able to see the option of Active Directory user and computers. You can also open this particular page by using dsc.msc. This is the command that you can use and it will redirect you on the page of Active Directory user and computers page. We are going to start our journey with objects. Once we complete the part of objects, we'll guide you about the containers as well. So can we take a small break? Let's take a small break and proceed to the next topic. Multiple objects and containers are available in Active Directory domain services. So let me tell you about the use cases of these objects and container practically. So let's start our journey with the users. So we have a dedicated client computer and also our domain controller is working properly. So do one thing, please open your server manager dashboard and access the Active Directory users and computer panel, and we are going to perform and create multiple users to log in our client computer. So this is server manager dashboard. Go to the tools and Active Directory users and computers. Please double click on users icon folder. We have a multiple way to create our user account. Just right click on blank space, go to the new and select user. Apart from this is the icon where we can use these icons to create users and group. This one is applicable for users, and this is if you want to create any type of group. So let's start. Go to the new option, select users and type the name of user, whatever name that you decided. So I'm going to create user with name of Clark and also need to provide the login name. So the complete login name will be Clark at the rate teachmecloud.in. This is also considered as a UPN name, user principal name. Proceed with next. No need to make any changes because Microsoft always recommend us please provide the temporary password, right? That user need to log in at first sign in. User need to reset their password at first sign in. So I'm going to use my temporary password. Proceed with next and finish. Our user Clark is ready to use. We already converted our machine from workgroup to domain. So let's try to access your client computer with the help of Clark users. Go to the others. Do not log in with the help of local administrator because in the production environment, every company need to block the access of administrator or do not share the credential of our local administrator. This credential is only applicable for you because you are responsible to take care and troubleshoot the issues related to the client machine. So let me log in with the help of Clark and provide temporary password. So it will redirect you on the another page where we can reset the password. Click OK, and this is your own password because now you are working as an employee because you don't have access of domain controller. Think about you are working as an employee, so this password will be only applicable for you. Even your administrator also don't know about the password of your Clark user. So this is first object. And what are the things that we need to manage with the help of a object? Go to the admin center, Active Directory admin page, and right click on our user object and see multiple options are available. One is copy, add group, disable account, reset password, move, open page, home page, and also we are able to see the option where we can send an email. All task, cut, delete, rename, properties. Multiple options are available. So I'm going to guide you all the features which are all the options which are available in the user's properties. Copy. As for the name suggests, the meaning of copy, it will copy the all types of delegation service that you provided to your user. And if you want to create another user with the same rights and same delegation service, so then please use the feature of copy. I'm going to open the properties and go to the member of. Unfortunately, your user is part of local domain users. Go to the add, and I want to make it enterprise administrator. See, let me make it enterprise administrator. Now, your user Clark have more rights, and you delegated your Clark user as an enterprise administrator. So you want to create another enterprise administrator, so no need to proceed and follow the same steps. Please right click on Clark, and this time use copy option to create another user with the same rights. Second user I decided to create with name of Tony, and your user Tony will definitely get same delegation service because you are trying to create your user with the help of copy features. So double click, go to the member of, and see domain user plus enterprise administrator. This is already member of enterprise administrator. It means that copy option is working properly. Think about, because you know that whenever we create our user, your users will be the part of only and only users domain user account, that we cannot perform any task with the help of normal standard user of Active Directory. If the user is part of any delegation group, then definitely according to the delegated services that you provided, you can perform lots of activity. I hope everyone okay with the concept. Sometime, like the most of the engineers are talking about the work of copy option can copy the information about the users, like attributes of our users, first name, last name. But make sure this is not right. This is incorrect because the copy option can allow us to just copy the delegation services of your existing user to create another user. It will copy the same rights with another user account. I hope everyone okay. Let's proceed with another. Add to the group. Number of built-in groups are available, and if you want to add this user to any specific group, like group, if we talk about the number of groups that we have, so all the options allow RODC. This is group certificate publisher, domain administrator, domain computer, domain controller, domain guest, domain user, enterprise, and these all are considered as a group. So you decided to make it member of any existing group, like allow RODC password reset. Please right click, go to the add group and click or you just need to type the name of your group. This is allowed group, not group, RODC, right? You just need to check it, okay it, and now your user is also part of this particular group. If you open this group, go to the members and you're able to see the option of group, means whatever rights that basically contained by this particular group, your user will perform the same task. And this is the meaning. Second important part, your group, your add group means your user will become the part of multiple group at the same time. We can add our single group to the member of multiple admin groups as well. This is about user. Second option is disable account. So as per the name suggests, if you disable, it look like this. The one arrow key, down arrow key is basically automatically come with your user account on display, and it means that you are not authorized to access any client computer with the help of same user ID. I'm trying to access because you already disabled from backend. Please log out and let me try to log in with the help of Clark user and see the impact if you disable your account. Okay, sometimes you are able to log in because the policy is not activated, the service that you change which is not activated, or maybe your machine is able to log in your same user from the buffer memory, right? Because in the cache, the all information about user and password is already saved. So that's why I restarted to flush the all information from buffer memory, or you can say that the cache of your computer client machine. See, we are able to see your account has been disabled. Please see your system administrator. You need to coordinate with the system administrator. Region 1, you can disable it manually, and region 2, if you set the expiry date of your user, if you set the validity of your user, then automatically after completing the validity of your user's age, it will automatically disable, and you are not able to log in your client computer with the help of same user if the user is expired. In case of expiry, your user will be available but in format of disabled. Go to the domain controller, and I'm just going to right click and just need to click on enable. Now your user has been enabled successfully and you are easily able to log in your client computer with the help of same user account. Next, reset password. This is important. If you forget the password of if any employee forget their password and requested, can you please reset the password for my user? So this is the panel where we can change our user password. So whatever password that you are going to provide will be applicable for the new password of your client, but make sure you must need to check it. User must change password at next login. That user or employee is responsible for their own password. Unlock option is available in case multiple wrong attempt performed by any employee or any user, and unfortunately the user has been logged and he's not able to log in, so administrator can unlock this option. You just need to unlock and your user will be able to access. All right, so let's proceed with another option. What else? Move. Important. Add to the group and move. Both are totally different to each other. In case of moving your user to any specific OU, this is applicable for containers only. So multiple folders are available. My user is available in users folder. I want to move to the computer. So please select, and your user will successfully move to the computer folder or computer type of containers. You can say that this folder is container, but the class PC is a type of object. Okay, so it means that we cannot put our user in two different containers at the same time. If you have a multiple organizational units and you want to put the same user to the multiple organizational unit, which is not possible because move option is means lift and shift your user from one location to another location, from one folder to another folder. All good. Let's right click on our Tony user. We discuss about move. Let's move to the properties, and in the properties, multiple options are available. These all informations are considered as a attributes. These details are related to the attributes, and this is address and city. The all details related to the user account you can save in this particular panel. And the best part of account option that contain two different features. One is login hour and login to. And another option is also available like account expire. You can set the date, validity of your user account that any client can access this particular user by using same username and password. Login hour, this is important. Here we can see the all Sunday to Saturday, all 7 days allowed. And if you decided on Monday, I want to block the access of this user for entire day. So select and click it deny. It means that your user will not be able to access any client machine on Monday, every Monday. This is reoccurring setting. Whenever we try to access our client machine, we already block the access of Tony from backend. And let's see the impact. Your account has been time restriction that prevent you from using from signing in at this time. Please try again later. It means that your username and password both are correct, but unfortunately this account is basically disabled for this today. Go to the properties and let's see the another option. Here we can see, apart from login hours, we are able to find the option related to the logon to. Under the logon to, all the users are applicable to log in from any client computers, whatever client machines which are available in the environment, we are easily able to access the same user from any computer. But if you decided, I want to make it for test PC. So only the test PC machine will be able to access this particular user. If you add, means you just bind your Tony user for test PC. If any test PC available in the environment, then your Tony user will be able to access. If the computer name is different that you mention, it means that it will give you the error. Your account is configured to prevent you from using this PC. Please try another PC. Means the computer name of this machine is totally different from test PC. If you put the name of this computer in the properties of user using account setting, then your user will be able to log in on this computer as well. And these all are the small settings which are really helpful for every administrator. I'm going to check and see, make it applicable for everyone. All right. And apart from this, this is the expiries. Today is 9th of August, September, August, and I want to make it 10th of August, and I'm going to make it for 12. Means after 12, no one can able to access this particular Tony user because your user will automatically convert from active to the disable, not delete. And any client machines are not be able to access this particular user. They are not able to log in this particular user. All good. I hope everyone okay and able to understand the concept of the option. So this is about the user's properties and everyone need to know about. Member of, we already talked about, you can add multiple members to this particular user. Are we okay? Let's proceed with another object. So all related, the basic tasks that are really important for every system administrator, you good with that. And now it's time to understand about the groups. Right click, go to the new, and here we can see the option of group, and group is divided into two different parts. One is scope type and another is group type. So under the scope type, domain local, your group will be applicable and manageable from the same computer. Global means all the ADC are also able to manage the feature of this particular group. And universal, any sites that you created, any additional domain controllers which are available in the same network environment, then all machines are able to do that. Next one is related to the group type, security and distribution. Security group is applicable for the specific task. So let me tell you about the use cases of our group management. This is important. And I'm going to guide you about the concept of Active Directory groups management. ADDS group management, right? And this is important, guys, because in the knowledge of group is really important because we are going to perform lots of tasks with the help of this particular object. The group is basically divided into two different parts. I'm going to tell you everything First one is built in group, right? This is built in group. Number of built in groups are available, and you can create your own group. Okay, so in case of built-in like multiple types of groups, you are able to find like enterprise admin and domain admin, right? So this is also a type of built-in group. Users admin, right? RODC admin. So these all are considered as an built-in group, right? These all are considered as a built-in group. And you are going to create your own group. In case of creating your own group for the specific purpose, application group means if your user will part of this application group, then he will be able to install. You can create a group for um, printer. You can create a group for HR department as it is IT department. So it's totally depend upon you. This is first step. And now how we can manage these group. This is also important. Group scope. Let's talk about group scope. And second is related to the group type. Group scope and group type is also kind of method that allow us to set up our group for Active Directory domain services. Multiple options are available like domain local. This is group scope 1. Second is global, and the third one is universal. So these three categories that we can use to establish our group. As it is, if we talk about the type, we have a security group, and the second is distribution group. Security group and distribution group. Security group can help a lot for policy, any type of policy that you want to configure. It is applicable for permission, right? It is applicable for security group, security filter. So in case of security group, we are able to perform these tasks 1, 2, 3, 4. And what about distribution group? This is applicable for exchange, any exchange server that you established, and also it is applicable for online exchange. These two features related to the mailing services, you want to set up your infrastructure for the mailing services, that time you can go with this particular option. I hope everyone okay with the concept. I'm going to show you one practical related to the security group, because we don't have a right now we don't have a on-premises exchange or online exchange. Once we perform the task related to the AD Connect, then I'll show you the use cases of distribution group. For now, go back to the page and I'm going to create one group. Right click, not delegation, sorry. Right click, click new and select group, HR group. And this is type of security. Proceed. And in this HR group, I want to add my Tony user. So add Tony user to this group, HR. Your group user is successfully become the part of this group. Tony is part of this group. And let me show you how it works, because two users are available. One is the Clark and another is Tony. Tony is part of this particular group, and I want to share one folder, authorize entire group to read and write. And I don't want to put my Clark user in this particular group, and I don't want to authorize Clark to get an access of any kind of folder that I'm going to put it in this particular shared folder. This mgmt.msc. Right click, shrink the space, and let me create 10,000, means 10 GB of partition. Do not create shared folder in C drive, right? So that's why I'm creating another partition to shared folder and to describe about the work of our to describe about the work of our groups. new, and I want to type the name of this folder, maybe share. Fine. And put some kind of content. This is test file. Done. Close it. Open the folder properties. And in the folder properties, we just need to right click, go to the properties, go to the sharing option, advanced sharing, share this folder, permission. And I don't want to make it for everyone. Remove it, add your group, the group that you created with name of HR. And HR people, the member of HR will be able to access, because we are going to provide full control. Change, read, write, execution, all the services will be applicable for this particular group. Now go back to the client computer and try to access with the help of Clark. And you guys are aware about Clark is not member of HR group. So maybe it will not be able to access the content of your folder that you added, the shared folder that you added. /192.168.71.148. This is domain controller IP address. You can also use name. Hit enter. It will redirect you on the page where we can see the number of folders which are created and shared. Double click. You cannot access, you don't have a permission, right? Because you are not part of that particular group. Do one thing, sign out, and try to access with the help of Tony user, because the Tony is part of that particular group. Open Tony Cloud at 123. Okay, time restriction. Go back. You must need to remove the all DSA.msc. Open Tony users properties, go to the accounts, login hour. Okay, restricted. Make it available. Make it available. Apply and okay. Go back to the client and try to access again. Which user? Tony user. We are able to access, and let's see to get an access of folder, right? The folder that we shared. So let's wait for a few more minutes. Double slash and provide the name 192.168.71.148. This is the IP address of our domain controller and shared folder. See, we are able to access the folder that we added in the particular group. And see, we can find the all option. Thank you guys. Let's take a break and discuss about the point. I hope everyone okay with the concept of objects and containers. We just completed the part of groups. So you are aware about the different types of groups that we can set up using Active Directory domain services, right? We understand the work of security group that applicable to manage the policy, permission, security filter, or any kind of delegation services that you want to apply for multiple users. So put your users to the security group and delegate your group, and all the users or members that you added in that particular security group will be perform the same task. You know that 5 different objects are applicable. We already talked about users, groups, shared folder, and computers and printer. These 5 different objects are available in our Active Directory. And let's talk about the another object, which is computer, because shared folder we already discussed. Let's talk about the use case of computer. Very basic steps that you need to use to describe about computer object, right? So computer is AD object which is responsible to contain the information about the number of machines that you converted from workgroup to domain. Let's take an example. This is our on-premises domain machine that we established using server 2022, and the domain controller, the domain name that we decided, teach me cloud dot in, right? So this is the domain controller name, and we established one client machine based on Windows 11. This is Windows 11 operating system. Unfortunately, you know that by default all the machines are available in Workgroup, and you need to follow some steps to convert your machines from Workgroup to domain. It's mandatory to provide the name of each and every client computer, maybe Windows 10 or Windows 11 based machines which are available in the environment. You must need to provide the host name of each and every client computer. So let's take an example. I want to verify because we are performing a practical. So let me log in our Tony user that we created using Active Directory domain server, and I want to identify CMD and check host name, right? So host name of our machine is class PC, the Windows 11 operating system based machine that we converted from workgroup to domain. The name of this machine is host class PC. Go back to the Active Directory user and computer page and click on computers. It will show you the information about the number of machines that you converted from workgroup to domain. This is class PC, and you are able to open the properties of this class PC and go to the operating system. It will give you information about your operating system and the version of operating system that contained by client computer. So in single line, you can say that the computer object contains the information related to the number of machines which are member of our Active Directory domain server. This is the work, and we can apply the group policy to the container for the computers and for users as well. I hope everyone okay with the concept of computer object as well. Let's talk about the containers, domain controller, site, and organizational unit. The next topic is really important and really helpful for every system or senior system administrator, because we are going to talk about the use cases of our containers with the help of group policy management. Backbone of every system administrator, because you will get lots of tickets related to the group policy management, means as per the requirement of client infrastructure. Your responsibility or our responsibility to manage the GPO for user, GPO for organizational unit, for domain, for site, or you can configure for any containers. So let me help you. We are going to cover two important topics: AD containers and group policy management. Okay, so this is the agenda. We are going to talk about AD containers and group policy management. Why we are going to use group policy? Because we cannot apply the group policy directly to the object. It's mandatory to configure or create a container and apply your group policy directly to the container. We cannot assign the policy to any object. Put your object to the container and apply your policy directly to the container, and it will impact to the all objects that you added in the container. Multiple points we are going to discuss. Let's talk about the complete information related to the GPO. Very first step, what is group policy, right? So we will talk about the use case of group policy. Then second, GPO precedence. We'll discuss about the work of GPO precedence, how to configure GPO, and number four, about two important services: block inheritance and enforce. Block inheritance and enforce. Apart from this, we will talk about the work of WMI filter. This is important for us. And I'll tell you the use case of security filter with group policy. This is another topic we will discuss in the group policy. Next, GPO commands. We are going to talk about the commands that allow us to protect that allow us to troubleshoot the issues related to the group policy. So these seven different points we are going to discuss, and the policy will be applicable. I just wanted to add note: GPO of domain controller will applicable only for containers, right? So in containers, you can apply your group policy directly to the organizational unit. You can apply the policy to the site and also domain. So these three different containers are available and we can apply our group policy directly to these containers. I hope everyone okay. You guys are clear about the concept, because I'm going to guide you everything related to what is group policy and about GPO precedence and all the things we are going to discuss. Let's proceed and start our journey with what is GPO. So group policy is really important component of our Active Directory domain services, but you should know about the another way that we can manage group policy in the real environment. First is about GPO, right? So group policy is categorized in three different parts. Means we can configure group policy with the help of these three different methods. Local GPO, you can configure with the help of domain GPO, and the last one is GPO with the help of Intune portal, which is also considered as a modern group policy method. Local GPU is applicable for both machine like Windows Server, and you can also apply for Windows 10 or Windows 11 operating system. You can apply it for client machine, client operating system, and the domain machines, the server machine as well. Use gpedit.msc and you can configure group policy, and the policy will be applicable for individual machine. Block the access of anything. Let me show you. This is my base machine, and my base machine is Windows 11, and my machine is available in Workgroup. Means it's standalone computer. It means that this machine is applicable to just configure local group policy, gpedit.msc, and it will redirect you on the group policy page where we can see the computer GPU and users group policy. If you open administrative templates, control panel, and let me apply the policy of prohibit access control panel, enable it, apply and OK. Go back and let me check, are we able to open control panel or not? Sorry, you are not authorized to access control panel because you applied local group policy to block the access of control panel service. It will be applicable for self for the same computer for local machine. We cannot apply local group policy for the another computers which are available in the network environment. Every machines are responsible to configure their own group policy, local group policy. What else? Let's proceed with domain group policy. In case of domain, you must need to set up one domain controller. Like in our case, we created teachmecloud.in. This is our domain controller, and multiple client operating system based machines are available in the environment. The all client computers means Windows 10 or Windows 11 machines are connected with the same network environment. We converted these machines from workgroup to domain, and these machines are domain join machine, right? These all are the domain join PC. It means that if we are going to create user Clark, Tony, Albert, so these users will be easily able to access our client computer. You can access these users to get an access of our client operating system. When we apply the group policy, right? If you are going to apply the group policy to this particular OU or the domain, to block anything, block in the sense like we are going to add anything, block control panel. Let's take an example, block control panel. It means that no one can access the client control panel from their client operating system based machine. The mandatory thing, the important part that we need to keep in our mind, your all the client machine must be member of domain controller, then your policy will be applicable. Intune group policy. Intune is a dedicated portal. It's a cloud platform. And from cloud platform, you can control and apply the group policy for your work group based machine, the machines which are available on work group, or any domain joined machine is also. This is the group policy that we can configure with the help of Intune portal, and the Intune policy will be applicable for both types of computer, no matter your machines are available standalone not connected with any domain controller. Machines are available in Workgroup. You can configure group policy through the Intune portal. All right. So we're done with that. And now let's talk about GPO precedence. So as per the name suggests, the group policy precedence is important. Group policy precedence or GPO precedence is really helpful for every IT professionals to understand how group policy can work. Group policy precedence is basically a method that identify how we can configure our group policy and also understand the work of precedence, the priority of our GPO. LSDO, local, then site, then domain, and then last one is organizational units. So this is the LSDOU, and LSDOU is basically describe the concept of GPO precedence. High priority always your organizational unit, and low priority always your domain control, always your local machine. It means that we can configure GPO to our organizational unit, we can configure GPO to entire domain. Any site that you establish, like multiple branches that you establish in different geographical location, and you want to apply the policy to the specific department, specific branch, so site come into the picture, and this is local, means the domain machine that you establish, you can configure the policy locally. This is the concept. And now let's talk about how to configure group policy to the entire domain and how to configure group policy to the specific organizational unit to activate policy for the selected users. Going back to the setup, and you know that we have one client computer based on Windows 11 and Server 2022. This is our Windows Server operating system, and we already created multiple users. Clark is there, Tony is there, and I'm going to create one more user with name of Albert. Let me create another user with name of Albert and try to configure GPO for these users. Now, understand the gap. Three different users are available, means all the users are applicable to access a login directly to the client machine. Now, open the page of group policy management. Go to server manager dashboard, click tools and select group policy management. This is the manual method. Or you don't want to go with this manual way, please open run gpmc.msc. This is the another method to open the page of group policy wizard where we can apply the group policy. So this is our GPO page, group policy management page, and we are able to see the domain name. We haven't set up any organizational unit. So let me apply the group policy to the domain. As per the precedence, we can configure our GPO for these three containers. We can apply the policy to our domain. We can apply policy to the containers, organizational unit, and site and local. I'm trying to configure GPO to teachmecloud.in. Right click, create policy, block control panel, right? So we are trying to apply the policy of block control panel. Click OK. Select your group policy name, right click, click on edit option. It gives us an option related to the user's configuration and computer configuration. It means that we can apply the policy to the computer, means device. We can also apply the policy to the user. Think about the gap. Number of users, number of computers are available, right? Computer is a base machine which allows us to log in our client computer with the help of whatever operating system installed on that particular computer. If you apply the policy to the computer name like class PC, whatever users that you are going to log in that particular computer will not able to access control panel if the policy that you apply to the computer block access of control panel. Same user configuration. Under the user configuration, let's take an example. I'm going to apply the policy to the users. So whatever machines which are member of domain controller, if you're going to use same user and log in machine 1, machine 2, machine 3, machine 4, so all the computers are not able to access control panel because all the systems logged in with the help of same user ID and password. So this is the actual gap. We are on page of users configuration. Select control panel, prohibit access control panel, enable and activate. The policy we applied to the main container in the sense teach me cloud dot in. This is our domain controller and we applied policy to this particular container. It means that whatever users that you created in this particular domain, the all users will not able to access client computer control panel from client machine. I'm trying to access our login our machine with the help of the user that we just created, Albert, and let's see the impact. Are we able to access control panel through the Albert user or not? And after that, we will log in same client computer by using Clark user, by using Tony user, and let's see the impact. If the policy is applied to the entire domain, means all the users are not able to perform the task as per the policy that you established in the backend. So let's wait for a few more minutes because we just logged in our Albert user to this machine. Normally, your policy will be applicable within 90 minutes because no need to execute the command. But we are in training, so I'm going to execute two commands: GP update to synchronize our policy directly from the domain controller manual format. GP update and GP update slash force, these two commands can help us to bring the policies from domain controller to the client PC. One is GP update and another is GP update slash force. These two policy will be applicable for the client machines which are member of domain controller. We activated this, we executed these two command, and I am going to open control panel. Unfortunately, we are not able to access control panel through the Albert user. Let's try with another user. So I'm going to sign out and sign in with the help of Tata user, Telnet user, or the another Tony user that we already created. Let's see the impact with Tony user. Try to access control panel. I don't want to configure, activate. The policy sync will take time. GP update. And let's wait. Okay, successfully updated. Can we check? Your policy has been applied successfully. It means that the domain controller, whatever new users that you are going to add, if you are going to configure, create any user, the all users will not able to access control panel because the policy that you configured directly to the main container. So that's why no one can get an access of control panel as per the policy that we configured on main container domain controller. We decided let's do something additional. Client decided do not block the control panel for all the user. Make it only and only for Clark user account. Do not allow, do not apply this block control panel policy for Albert, for Tony. Apply it only for Clark user. So in this situation, create one dedicated container, right click on your domain, go to the new, select organizational unit. The OU name I decided class OU and move your user Clark to class OU that we just created. That's it. And the policy that you applied to the teachmecloud.com.in, you need to move that policy to the organizational unit. Please refresh the page and you are able to see class OU is there. Move this policy, the control panel block policy, right click on your class OU, link an existing policy, select block control panel policy, and now your policy has been configured and activated for class OU. And we are going to delete it from Teach Me Cloud. I don't want to apply to the main domain. As we already added one user in this class OU, so only the class user will not, only the Clark user will not be able to access control panel. The rest of users which are available in the environment, right? The rest of users which are available will be able to access control panel properly. I'm going back and let's try to check GP update. we are able to access control panel through the Tony user, but we blocked it for only Clark user account. I'm going to sign out and sign in with the help of Clark user, and let's see the impact. What do you think? Are we able to access control panel? Only Clark user is not authorized to get access of control panel. The rest of users are easily able to access control panel. I hope you guys are okay with the concept of this group policy implementation, right? How to configure GPU part completed. Next, about block inheritance and enforce. This is really important. And I'm going to show you the practical and also guide you the concept of block inheritance. And the another point is enforce. Configure block inheritance and enforced. These two setup we are going to configure and try to understand the concept, because this is really important. We should aware about the what exactly happened in the backend. This is server 2022, right? And we established our domain with name of teachmecloud.in. This is your main domain controller, and in main domain controller we created one organizational unit with name of class OU. Is that correct? We created class OU. And in class OU, we already added one user with name of Clark. This is our user account. Fine. I want to configure two GPO on our root domain controller, means the main domain controller. One is block access of control panel. And second policy we are trying to apply with hide bin from desktop. Hide recycle bin from desktop. This is our motto. Okay. So by default, you configure these two policy. The user, the client machine that you are going to log in with the help of this Clark user. I hope this Windows 10 or Windows 11 machine will not be able to open control panel and also not able to see the icon of recycle bin by default. And here we can see, we can try to understand the work of block inheritance and enforce, why it is coming to the picture. So let me tell you. Okay, so after few days, client realize we don't need to apply this policy to Clark. We need to apply only this particular policy, block control panel policy, to the Clark user. So let me help you. Let me set up the lab that I can guide you everything properly. This is our organizational unit, and back to the GPO part. One group policy we already configured. I'm going to attach this policy to the main domain controller. Link an existing control panel. Do not apply the policy to the OU, because which is very difficult to handle policy with each and every organizational unit directly. Apply the policy to the main container, and after that you will get an access. Next, second policy I want to apply with hide recycle bin, right? So second policy also we are trying to apply directly to the portal. Double click hide recycle bin. Right click, go to the edit option, policies, administrative template, desktop, and remove recycle bin from desktop. Apply and OK. How many policies we configured? Two policy to the main container, right? It means that the users which are available directly with the domain controller, the users which are part of our class OU, will not able to see the control panel. We will not able to access the recycle bin on desktop. So I'm going to restart it. Just need to, yeah, we need to restart because we are trying to apply the policy of hide recycle bin. Restart this machine and let me access with the help of same Clark user because the Clark is part of our organizational unit. Open it and log in with the help of Clark user. Unfortunately, we are not able to see the control panel icon. And can we check control panel? Okay. Unfortunately, both policies are applied to the Clark user. After few days, client recognize, please do not apply this policy. Hide recycle bin policy, we don't want to apply to the Clark user. You should apply only the blocker access control panel. In this case, you need to right click on your OU and it gives us option of block inheritance. Once you activate block inheritance from your organizational unit, means all the policies that are coming from main container will be not applicable, all the policies. But we decided to apply one policy. So you need to select, right click on your policy that you want to apply forcefully and select enforced. So once you enforce to the policy, then that particular policy will be applicable for your user. So I'm just going to configure at the same time. Right click on OU, click block inheritance, we have activated. And which policy we want to apply? Because now once you click on the block inheritance, your policies will not work for your domain controller, for your users. Let me show you GP update. After activating the block inheritance policy for your user or for organizational unit, a GP update, and we will get an access of control panel. I'll show you. And see, we are able to access control panel. And once you restart, definitely you are able to see the icon of recycle bin. I'm going to show you. Let me restart. Restarting and I'm just going to let access with the help of Clark user. Recycle bin icon is available and you are able to open control panel as well. You are able to see the icon of control panel. Means both policies are not applicable for this user because you block the access of block inheritance activated for organizational unit. Which policy you decided to apply? Block control panel. Right click on GPO, click on enforced. Back to the client. Now we are able to access control panel. Open CMD, GP update. And let's try to access control panel and see the impact. Unfortunately, your recycle bin is available, but you're not able to open control panel policy because the policy control panel policy is applied because we right click on this particular policy and click on enforce. I hope everyone okay with the concept. Next, let's proceed with another important point. WMI filter. So WMI filter is really unique feature of our group policy management because with the help of this service, WMI filter service, we can manage our policy as per the platform, the type of operating system based machines, and the machines which are available on like Intel processor based, AMD processor based, so we can segregate the policy as per the hardware architecture of your operating system, and also the type of operating system, version of operating system that are available in the environment. So let's take a break, and after that I'll guide you about the concept. Small break, then connect again. WMI filter, one of a really important service of group policy, because with the help of this particular service, we are easily able to manage and segregate our policy as per the platform, as per the operating system based client machines which are available and connected with the domain environment. So let me guide you about the work of WMI filter, and after that I'll show you the entire steps that help you to configure WMI filter in our production environment. So let's take an example. This is our server 2022 that we established, right? And in server 2022, we already established our domain controller with name of teachmecloud.in, right? This is our domain name that we established on on-premises. N number of client computers are available and connected with the same network environment using local area network, and we converted these machines from work group to the domain. And let's take an example. The clients are available with different platform in the sense I'm talking about the different type of operating system that contained by these machines. WMI filter help a lot to segregate the policy for based on the platform, based on the operating system. So WMI is a Windows management instrumentation that help us to segregate policy as per the operating system, and the number of machines are available based on CPU, based on processor. So like client decided, can you please configure one group policy and make sure your group policy will be applicable only and only for Windows 7 operating system. The policy will not applicable for Windows 10 and Windows 11. So for this types of implementation or these types of project that you want to apply, WMI filter will help you. So I'm going to show you. This is our client computer, and the domain machine is also available. I want to check how many users and containers that we created so far. So open DSA.msc. It will show us the number of organizational units. So class OU is available. Under the class OU, in class OU, we created one user with name of Clark. Another users are also available, like Albert is available, Tony is available. Let me move Albert user to class OU, right? So right click on your user, click on move, select your organizational unit and click OK. Means your Clark user and Albert user both are a part of class OU. And let's try to configure group policy for class OU and see the impact. Open gpmc.msc and it will open the directly page of group policy management. Let me check how many OUs are created. So I don't want to block it, and see class OU is available. Let's create one simple policy. Right click on your organizational unit and configure policy. Although we have already created multiple policies, so I want to check how many policies are available, like block control panel policy and hide recycle bin policies are available. I want to apply, I want to link these policy to the OU of class. So I added block control panel policy to the class OU. It means that the number of users that you added in this OU will be not able to access control panel. I want to check with the help of Clark user, because we added class user in Clark user in class OU. Albert and Clark both are a part of this organizational unit. So both users are not authorized to access, are not applicable to open control panel. Go to the other users, open with Clark, and let's see the impact of our policy that we applied to the OU. So whatever users that you added in the organizational unit, definitely they are not authorized to get access of control panel. So let's see the impact. Let's wait for a few more minutes, because make sure both machines are communicating to each other. Then it will impact that it will help us to manage all combination of client and domain network environment. I want to execute GP update command that we can easily synchronize the policies that configured that executed by administrator. GP update and try to access control panel policy. Unfortunately, we are not able to open control panel. It means that the policy that you configure applied successfully. In this time, let's talk about the concept of WMI filter. So you are able to see the same option on the same page. We are able to get a access option of WMI. Just right click and type the name only for Windows 7. The policy that we created to block the access of control panel, we decided this policy should be applicable only and only for Windows 7 operating system. So you just need to open the page and type create one WMI filter. You need to copy one execution like command, or you can say that is script. Open Google or any browser and type WMI filter for Windows 7, right? So you just need to copy the script WMI filter. Always try to copy it from Microsoft site. Open first link and it will give you some kind of script. This is the code or script. You just need to copy it from our base machine and I want to paste in this particular box. Query. This is the query and I'm just going to save it and click save. The query of WMI filter is ready to use, and in the query we decided this policy will be applicable for only Windows 7 operating system. So back to your group policy that you created for organizational unit, and in the bottom of our group policy just need to select your WMI filter query. WMI filter query we applied to the policy of our organizational unit. Going back to the control panel, and I want to execute the command of GP update again, that your WMI filter query will impact to the existing policy. And after that, once our once our blog upgrade policy like GP update policy will execute it, we are going to access control panel again. And I hope we are able to access control panel, because according to the WMI filter, your policy will be applicable only for Windows 7 operating system based client. If the machines are available in the network environment and part of domain controller, so this policy will be applicable for only those machines. I hope everyone okay. So this is about the concept of WMI filter. Last topic as per the agenda, because this single video will help you a lot and you will learn everything related to the Active Directory domain services with Server 2022. Last topic of our group policy management about GPO command, right? So let's talk about GPO commands. Means how many commands that we need to execute to manage our domain client environment. The commands we always execute on client side. First is gp update, right? This is the command that you need to execute. Second is gp update slash force and gp result space minus r and rso. These all are type of commands that we can use to manage our group policy, and these commands will also help us to troubleshoot the issues related to the GPU. I hope everyone okay till the time the topics that we completed, and let's move to the another topic as per the agenda that we decided. Let me check how many contents we completed so far. We good with the object and container. We good with the concept of group policy, and let's talk about topic number 11, which is related to the configure domain application and FSMO role transmission, right? So these two topics we are going to discuss. Let's start with very basic. You should clear about the concept of domain application. So next topic is domain replication, and this is really important for every IT professionals, because you guys are responsible to handle the domain controller environment. So you should know about the way to create copy of your existing root domain controller. The domain controller is basically divided in two different parts. Domain replication, not controller. Domain replication is divided into two different parts. One is intrasite domain replication, intrasite domain replication, and second is intersite domain replication. Intrasite and intersite both are totally different to each other, and our responsibility is to know about the gap between intrasite and intersite. Let's take an example. This is our PDC, right? Primary domain controller, or you can also say that root domain controller. In Intrasite, all the machines, this is server 1, this one is server 2, and one more server I wanted to add, server 3. Number of machines are connected with the help of same local area network. All the machines are connected to each other, contain the same range of IP address, and we are going to follow the steps to synchronize the services of our ADDS, the root domain controller, all objects, all containers, whatever containers that you established on our root domain controller, and the GPO that you configure, and DNS services. So these services will replicate to the another domain infrastructure. The server 1, the server 2, and the server 3 will synchronize the all activity that we perform with our root domain controller, will get the access of those services to server 1 and server 2. In Intrasite, the domain replication happening 24 by 7, which is also considered as a live replication. It means that whatever changes that you are going to perform in our root domain controller, the changes will immediately reflect to the server 1 and server 2, means ADC1 and ADC2, correct? And what about inter-site domain applications, which is totally different? Let's take an example, your root domain controller that you establish, the PDC that you establish in location of maybe India, right? This is your regional office, and in regional office, you successfully establish your primary domain controller, and number of another type of you can say that branches that you establish. This is our Dubai branch, and this is our UK branch, and this is USA branch, right? But you want to take care the all activity of Dubai office, UK office, and US office from India location, and you decided to create additional domain controller or set up ADC1, ADC2, and ADC3, which is also considered as a site 1, site 2, site 3. Let me write the name site 1, this is site 2, and this is site 3, right? So all are considered as a site. When we establish our additional domain controller using internet and subnets in different geographical location to control and manage the workload for that particular branch, then intra-site domain application come into the picture. That required 180 minutes to perform the replication, not just like as a intra-site domain application, because the intra-site can allow us to replicate the services within second as per the network that you establish, which is live replication. But in case of inter-site domain application required 180 minutes. This is about the concept, and I'm going to show you the practical. Let's perform the lab of our how to establish our intra-site domain application. In this situation, let's proceed. This is server 1, and we already established our root domain controller with name of teachmecloud.in, right? Teachmecloud.in that we configured on server 2022. Second server we are going to establish with same version, server 2022, and we will install ADC service, or you can say that we are going to replicate the service AD services from root domain controller to the second domain controller. So let's move to the lab, and I have already taken the RDP of our base machine. This is client computer, and the client computer will handle by the two different servers. This is our root domain controller. I want to change the name of this. We will change it once we turn off it. Okay. So now we decided to establish additional domain controller. So for additional domain controller, you need to install dedicated server with same version. I want to install operating system later. Select server 2022 next, and ADC2, which is part of intra-site domain application. Intra-site domain application next. How much RAM that you want to provide? 8 GB of RAM for this machine. NAT should be a part of NAT, because our existing network environment, existing machines are available in NAT. So that's why we need to put our second server in NAT setting as well. Turn on your virtual machine and let's proceed to install new operating system for server 2022. Select connect. Use ISO image that we have already downloaded and go to the software drive. This is our, not here, software, server images, ISO image, select OK and restart your virtual machine and proceed for the installation. Installation is in progress and let's wait. I want to turn off my client machine because it will take time to set up our environment. It will take time to install and also consume lots of space by client. So now proceed next and follow this step. Install, and after that we are going to create a copy of our existing root domain controller to the additional domain controller. Basically, we are trying to set up our what Intrasite domain application data center. Select. I accept the Microsoft license. Next, and proceed for the installation. Wait for a few more minutes. But meanwhile, let me guide you about the prerequisite to set up our additional domain controller. Step 1, set up, install server OS on other PC, other machine, right? This is important. And second important part, configure network and make sure both machines must be communicate to each other. Convert second server to member of root domain controller, right? Convert to member of root domain controller. And after that, number 4, install ATDS role from server manager. And number 5, promote domain controller to existing domain, right? So this is the option that you will find while promote your server. And now rest of the steps you need to follow the screen. It will guide you everything, like what are the points that you need to select on next step. 50% completed, and let's wait for a few more minutes. So let me tell you about what are the services will replicate once we set up our additional domain controller, our intrasite domain application. This is our root domain controller, and whatever services are that associated with our active directory domain services, like your OU, your computers, your users, and the group policies. These policies are directly associated with the Active Directory domain services. Once we set up our additional domain controller, or we are going to set up our intra-site domain application, then it will not migrate, then it will synchronize all the existing ADDS services to the additional domain controller. And talk about the benefits, why we need to set up the importance to establish our additional domain controller in the same network environment. So if we talk about the features or benefits, so common benefits, load balancer, right? So when you are going to, like, for example, in the ADDS, the root domain controller contain multiple users. More than 100 client machines are connected to the root domain controller. Definitely lots of burden on your root domain controller. That's why you decided to create another copy of your existing domain. So load balance and also high availability, right? The availability of your domain controller, high availability means if any domain, single domain controller is out of service or down at the moment, the remaining domain controller will take care of the all existing services. That's the reason every organization need to establish their domain controller, the copy of domain controller, by using the feature of intersite and intrasite domain replication method. Let's see the status of our additional domain controller. Yes, almost ready to use. We are going to follow the same step. This is the VMware infrastructure, so mandatory to install VMware tools on your virtual machine that you can easily access your VM just like at the just like at a physical machine, just like at the base machine. So I'm going to install ADDS role on this machine, and after that we will proceed for We will proceed for the another steps. Another step will be install role and promote the role as an existing domain controller. So let's wait for a few more minutes. But meanwhile, let me collect few information that required to establish our additional domain controller. The few requirement or prerequisites are: check the current IP address. So we configured manual IP address to root domain controller. This is Teach Me Cloud Ethernet properties. Go to the properties IPv4 192.168.71.40 This is the IP address of our root domain controller, and you can consider same IP address as a preferred 8.8.8 alternate alternate ID. Wait for a few more minutes because still is in progress. But the client machine that we converted, like earlier we converted our machine from Workgroup to domain. So as it is, you should convert it from Workgroup to domain, that we can easily replicate the all services from root domain controller to the additional domain controller. In progress. Let's wait. Bit slow. I'll check it, right, because number of virtual machine that I created in our base machine, so that's why a bit slow. Okay, provide the password for your additional domain controller. This is another machine almost ready to use. I'm just going to install VMware tools. The very first step mandatory to install VMware tools, and also let me configure manual IP address, change computer name. These settings we need to manage with our additional domain controller. After that, we'll proceed for the replication service, right? Then we are going to move to the replication. Let me check IP address that we are getting. 142, 148 is our root domain controller IP address. So what about additional domain controller? You are going to decide. But make sure the IP address range must be similar like root domain controller. 192.168.71.150. This will be the IP address. 192.168.71.2 gateway. 192.168.71.148 and 8.8.8. This is the IP address for our additional domain controller. All right. So first step. Second step, need to turn off firewall because we are using VMware Workstation. So please mandatory to turn off your firewall, that we can easily communicate with the additional root domain controller. And final step, I want to change the name of our ADC machine because that will help a lot in case of transferring FSMO roles from root domain controller to additional domain controller. So just mounted the this virtual drive, right click and install. Proceed with next and open sysdm.cpl and change. I want to type the name of this machine is ADC, right? Additional Domain Controller. Cool. Everything is okay. I want to finish it and also restart. Our additional domain controller machine, the second server computer, is almost ready to use, right? We are going to convert this computer from workgroup to domain, and after that we will proceed to install the role of our active directory domain services. Then we'll promote it as a member of existing domain controller. We will add it as a member of existing domain controller. So let's wait for a few more minutes. Okay, 148. And let me check the status of firewall for our root domain controller, because it's mandatory to turn off firewall from both machines. Still in progress. Let's wait for a few more minutes. Okay, responsibility, right? We are responsible to install. Let me check the communication first, right? And after that, we are going to convert it from work group to the domain. System.cpl change. The domain name is teachmecloud.in. Let me make it member of teachmecloud.in. Okay, welcome to teachmecloud.in. We converted. I don't want to restart. Maybe it's required. It's mandatory because we are going to make it additional domain controller. So we are going to create a clone of our existing root domain controller. So it's mandatory to restart, and then we will install the role of ADDS. Second step, please try to install the role of ADDS. Open Server Manager dashboard and follow the same step that we did earlier for our root domain controller. So same steps required to manage in this additional domain controller as well. Add role and features. Next, next, next. And second option, Active Directory Domain Services. ADDS role, basically, we can consider it. Add features. Next, next, and install. Okay, still is in progress. Let's wait. Okay, so we successfully installed the role, and please proceed with promote this server to domain controller. And this time we are going to select promote your domain controller and existing domain, right? So let's click here and it will redirect us on this particular page. Add a domain controller to an existing domain, add a new forest, add a new domain controller in the forest, add a new forest. So definitely we are going to add it and make it member of teachmecloud.in. Okay, please proceed with next. Next, domain name and password must be correct. Okay, let me check what happened. Okay, so here we need to provide the username and password of our root domain controller, right? Where you want to connect. And another page, definitely we want to make it DNS. We want to install the GC because we are decided to copy the exact copy of our root domain controller. The all services that we establish on root domain controller should be reflect to the additional domain controller. So that's why we don't need to make any changes. Do not make it RODC. RODC is a totally separate concept. DSRM password, it's up to you. This is also considered as a recovery password that will help you to recover your Active Directory deleted services. But for this that security, your machine must be your ADDS must be protected from what? Must be protected from system state backup. Next, install, and we almost ready to use. Installation completed. It will take 5 minute time and it will install the all services of additional domain controller. And after that, you will see the all users and objects that we establish over a portal, right? On a root domain controller, we will get an access of all the services on this machine. I hope everyone okay with the concept. Let me know if you have any question, any doubt. So it will take time, like it automatically restart and give you the access of our fresh domain controller with the same services that you establish on our root domain controller. So take a break for 10 minutes and we are going to connect in next 10 minutes and discuss more about the Active Directory. This playlist, this particular video is really helpful for everyone who want to learn about the Active Directory and server operating system. Let's connect in next 10 minutes. We successfully created another server operating system based machine to configure additional domain controller, and we successfully created our Intrasite domain application. Let me show you how it's look like, because you know that we already talked about the prerequisite and also the steps that help us to establish our additional domain controller. So our ADC is ready to use. This one is our root domain controller. You can also say that this is our primary domain controller that contain multiple users and organizational unit. This is Tony user on root domain controller. Class is organizational unit. Albert and Clark users are part of this class OU. Back to the additional domain controller, and we are able to see class OU and Albert and Clark both users, and Tony users is also available. This is intra-site domain application. If you are going to create any new user on your root domain controller, let me create one user with name of maybe telnet, right? So I want to create one user in root domain controller, and the same user will reflect in our additional domain controller, because this is our purpose. We created our additional domain controller to perform the task, balance the workload, and also give us a high availability in case of our root domain controller will down due to any reason. We are easily able to access our services and provide the services to our client computers. Let me close it and open it again, but make sure your DNS must be resolved. For the testing purpose, you just need to open ncpa.cpl and check the Ethernet card and make sure your Ethernet must be resolved the name of our domain controller that we established. In our case, we established our domain with name of teachmecloud.in. So please disable it and enable it again, and let's wait for a few more minutes, because your DNS must be resolved to perform the all replication related activities. So we successfully resolved the name of our root domain controller. Going back, and same steps that we need to use in our PDC, primary domain controller. Please disable it and enable it. For the replication, your domain controller name must be resolved in our NIC card. So that's why we disabled and enabled it. Going back to the additional domain controller, and let me check the DSA.msc, and here we can see the telnet user is available. The same telnet user we created on our root domain controller immediately synchronized with our additional domain controller. That's why our intrasite domain application will not take much time. It's a live application. Whatever changes that you are going to perform on our root domain controller will be reflect to the additional domain controller within second. This is about the domain application. So I'm going to like the marked it that we completed the part of domain replication, and now it's time to understand the work of FSMO roles and how we can transfer these FSMO roles from one domain controller to another domain controller. And after that, we'll talk about DHCP, DNS, and the part of server backup. Going back, and next topic is you can also say that next module of active domain services is FSMO roles, and we are going to perform the transfer and also will work on C's, right? So this is the agenda that we are going to perform, right? Let's proceed with the next. Okay, so let's talk about the use cases of these two important features that involve with the FSMO. Yes, I'm talking about the Caesar and transfer, right? So talk about the number of FSMO rules are applicable for our root domain controller. Guys, whenever we install active domain services and promote it as a primary domain controller, 5 FSMO rules are automatically coming to the picture. And these FSMO rules are really important to handle the each and every services of active domain server. So let me tell you about the gap between the FSMO rules that we have. So first of all, you need to divide FSMO roles in two different parts, because this is the category. You can say that one is forest wide and second is domain wide, right? Forest wide role and second is related to domain wide role, and huge gap between these FSMO roles, right? And every system administrator, senior system administrator must need to know about the gap between the forest wide and domain. Not only the forest wide and domain wide, so you should know about the gap of our domain replication services that we have. First is schema master, right? This is first role, schema master. And second is domain naming master, right? Domain naming master. These two roles are considered as a forest wide, and three roles are applicable like PDC emulator, and number four is RID pool manager, and number five is related to infrastructure master. So total number of roles are five, right? And two are applicable for forest wide, and three is basically three are designed for the domain wide. So let me tell you about the actual gap between the forest wide and domain wide role, which is really important for us. We should clear about the concepts related to the gap between the forest wide role and domain wide role. So I'm going to tell you about the work of forest wide. You need to understand about the concept of forest wide first. Let's take an example. This is class.com domain that you establish, and you can also say that this one is our PDC, right? And another domain that you establish with name of maybe cloud.com, right? Class and cloud.com, two primary domain controller are available within the premises, means different location. One additional domain controller that is associated, which is adc.class.com and adc.cloud.com. Clear? So both are connected to each other, right? Both are connected to each other, and let's try to make a trust between both the domain controller. So you should set up trust relationship, right? It's mandatory to need to set up our trust relationship with the help of forwarder, DNS forwarder, and multiple services are involved to establish a trust between both domain controller, and the combination of two primary domain controller always considered as a forest. Guys, do not consider if you are going to add multiple additional domain controller with single root domain controller, the collection of additional domain controller and root domain controller not considered as a forest, right? That considered as a normal trees are connected to each other. All ADC controller, additional domain controller are considered as a branches of your root domain controller. The combination of two different root domain controller always considered as a forest. I hope you guys are okay with the concept. And these two roles, schema master, right, and domain naming master, right, which is also considered as a naming master. These two roles are applicable, right? These two roles can work in both the location in the sense in root domain controller and our well, both to PDC and another PDC. But three different roles are available: PDC emulator, RID pool manager, and infrastructure master, right? These three roles are basically applicable for within the premises. Means these three roles are applicable for class.com and same roles for cloud.com separately. So this is the actual work of our schema master and domain naming master. Let's talk about the work. Let's talk about the use cases. Schema master is basically coordinate with the SYSVOL folder. I hope you guys are aware about the SYSVOL folder. This is pre-shared folder. And the responsibility of our schema master to contain two component. One is classes and another is attribute. Right? Classes and attributes. And also the work of our SYSVOL schema master to manage GPO, to distribute group policy to all the connected computers, the machines, the client machines that are connected. Schema master is responsible to do that. In case of interview, like any technical round of interview, any technical any question asked by the interviewer in technical round, tell me about the schema master. So you can say that schema master always coordinate with this sysvol folder that contain two component. One is classes and another is attributes. And with the help of sysvol, we are easily able to apply the group policy to all connected devices. Connected devices in the sense, definitely we can apply the policy to the object, maybe computer, maybe users, maybe our groups, like other that we need to put in our container and apply this policy. About domain naming master. So the meaning of domain naming master, let's take an example. We already established one domain with name of class.com, and in the same network we have another server and we are trying to establish another class.com. So it will give you, definitely it will give you an error like the domain name that we are trying to use, which is already available. So please try to change the name. So domain naming master can help us to identify the number of machines or domain controller which are available in the environment, and it will inform you, it will give you an error that the domain name is already used by some another computer. So please try to change this name. In another way, you can say that the work of domain naming master can help us to like avoid the conflicts. So this is the actual work. I hope everyone okay with the concept. Cool. Let's talk more about it. And the another important point we are going to discuss related to the another roles that we have. So under the domain wide role, we already discussed domain wide role is are basically categorized in three different parts. One is PDC, and another is RID pool manager, and last one is infrastructure master. Primary domain controller always coordinate with NTP, Network Time Protocol, and the responsibility of this role manage timing. Timing between our domain to client, right? So domain to client, and also help us to sync the password. All right, so help us to sync the password, whatever password that you are going to reset for any specific user. PDC is responsible to sync your password with the client, right? And this is really important role in our entire Active Directory domain controller environment. So this is considered as a most important role in our ADDS environment. RID pool manager. So in case of RID pool manager, let's take an example. This is PDC and this is ADC1 and ADC2. All are connected to each other, right? All are connected to each other. And in this case, we have a capacity 0 to 499 and 500 to 999 and 1000 to 1499. This is the capacity of our RD pool, guys. Whenever we create our object in our Active Directory domain services, one RID pool required, and this is the secure identity of each and every object. And with the help of this object, you can find and trace the information about your deleted user as well. So by default, capacity of right default capacity of all every domain, not all every domain controller 500, right? I'm not talking about the maximum. This is the default capacity of 500, and the total capacity is 1 lakh. This is responsible to contain the information about all the types of domain controller, right? All the type of object. Infrastructure master, this is also considered as a work like as a GC, and the work of this particular container, this particular role, contain partially information about objects, right? Whatever objects that you created, like users and groups, the information, partially information about these objects, basically contained by the infrastructure master. Similar like as a global catalog. That's why we cannot put our global catalog server. We cannot transfer infrastructure master role to the global catalog server because both are conflicting to each other. So this is the actual work of FSMO roles, and let's talk about the work of Caesar, and we are going to talk about the use case of transfer. Seize and transfer, both options we are going to discuss. First of all, how to transfer FSMO role, and we have a two different method with the help of CLI and by using GUI method. In CLI, we just need to execute some command, 5 to 6 different commands that we need to execute to transfer. And in format of GUI, mandatory, we need to follow the proper steps. GUI steps required to transfer our FSMO role. So first step, open CMD. For example, this is CMD, and execute the command netdum query FSMO, right? So this command help us to check location of all roles, right? It will show you the information about the FSMO roles which are available on which domain controller. And after that, you need to execute the command ntdsutil. This is the command, and it will move your prompt. Then after ntdsutil, you need to type roles, right? Hit enter. After roles, please proceed with the next command, connections, right? This is connections command, and you need to execute it to establish session or connection between two different domain controller. After connection, need to execute connect to server space server name, right? So these commands can help us to start your transferring domain, the FSM role from one domain to another domain, and then execute quit command. And once you execute quit command, the next step is yours. Like one is transfer and the second is seize, right? Transfer and seize, two different commands we can use. Transfer is to move your FSMO role from one domain to another domain controller, and seize is applicable to recreate your FSMO role from on our existing domain. So I'm going to show you the practical. Transfer is space FSMO role name, and for same seize FSMO role name. I'm going to show you all the command because our domain controller is live and working properly. So I want to show you with all the commands that we mentioned. One, and this is another domain controller, root domain controller. And I hope all the FSMO roles are available on our root domain controller. So no matter you are going to transfer your FSMO roles from our root domain controller to additional domain controller or from the same machine you can transfer. Open CMD and execute net dump query FSMO, right? Net dump query net dump query FSMO, right? And it will show you the status of your roles. In progress, wait for a few more minutes. We are able to see all FSMO roles are available on root domain controller, schema master, domain naming master, PDC, emulator, RID pool manager, infrastructure master. And this is the base machine. And let me check the name, host name. This is your default computer name. Because our additional domain controller name is different. Host name, and your additional domain controller name is ADC. So let me transfer the FSMO roles to the additional domain controller, not all. NetDump query we executed ntdsutil as we discussed, and it will redirect you on another page. Then execute the command of roles, then connections, then connect to server, space server name ADC. Connected ADC using local credential, please execute quit command. And now we are on a page where we can transfer our FSMO roles. We are using the command of transfer space PDC. Yes, we successfully transfer one FSMO role to the additional domain controller. How we can identify? Let me check CMD net dump query FSMO, right? And it will show you the current location of your FSMO roles. PDC we successfully transferred to the additional domain controller, and we are able to see one more role that I wanted to transfer, right? Apart from PDC, let me transfer RID master, and next. Going back, see. Two different roles we successfully transferred to our additional domain controller. Whatever role that we want to transfer, please execute the command of transfer space FSMO roles and hit enter. You are easily able to transfer the FSMO role from one domain to another domain. I hope everyone okay with the concept. But question: what is use of seize command? See, this is the seize command, and in the seize command, what we need to do. But question, let me try to understand. Let me help you to understand the use cases of seize command. For example, we transfer two FSMO role to our additional domain controller, right? We transfer two FSMO roles to additional domain controller like PDC and RID pool manager basically are available on our additional domain controller. And unfortunately, if your additional domain controller due to any reason down, network issue, hardware issue, operating system issues, any issues with our additional domain controller, and you are not able to access your FSMO roles from that machine. So in this situation, please go back to our additional domain root domain controller, which is live. Connect yourself and execute the command of Caesar. How we can get it? Net dump query FSMO, and it will show you the location of your all FSMO roles. Unfortunately, these two roles are available on additional domain controller, and your additional domain controller is currently down. So please execute ntdsutil, then roles, then connections, then connect to server, and this time you need to type your computer name, right? Because additional domain controller is not available. So please try to copy the computer name of your self machine and connect yourself. Hit enter and execute quit. And do not execute the command of transfer, because we are trying to regenerate our FSMO roles which are available on our additional domain controller, and additional domain controller is down, so we are trying to override it. Sys space PDC. Yes. Hit enter. It will take time. Wait. Caesar is in progress. Trying to open another CMD to check the status live, that we are able to revert back our FSMO roles or not. Net dump query space FSMO. Wait. In progress. Okay. It will take time, because the Caesar, in case of Caesar, it will try to override the existing FSMO roles, which is contained by the roles that contained by our additional domain controller, and additional domain controller is currently down. Caesar is in progress. Let me check. Now we successfully overrided PDC on our root domain controller. I hope everyone okay with the concept. Same as it is, execute another command, not here. Execute sys RID master, right? Yep. It will also take time. It will also take time, and you will get an access of your additional domain controller, the roles which are available on additional domain controller to this. These all 7 different commands can help you to understand about the concept of transferring FSMO role and also seizing FSMO role. Let's move to the GUI. Everyone okay with the concept? And now it's time to understand how we can transfer these FSMO roles with the help of with the help of GUI method. Very basic steps required in case of GUI. Open Server Manager dashboard. Go to the tools, select Active Directory User and Computers, right click on Active Directory User and Computers, go to the All Tasks, and in All Tasks click on Operation Masters. 3 different FSMO roles you will find: RID pool, PDC emulator, and infrastructure master. These FSMO roles are available in Active Directory User and Computers. 2 more roles that we need to know the location of these roles. Open tools, go to the domain interest, right click Operation master. This is domain naming master. How many roles we identify? The location of these 4 different roles. 3 plus 1, 4. And one last FSMO roles that you can find that required MMC, and go to the files, save as, not save as, go to the add remove snap in. And unfortunately, we are not able to see schema master, because you have to register the schema master and then you can transfer it. To register, you need to execute one command, registr SVR space 32 space SCHMMGMT.dll. This command will help us to activate your schema master and register with the operating system file. Write down this particular command, guys. Reg SBR32 space SCHMMGMT.dll. This is the command that you need to use. And now try to use MMC. MMC. Go to the files, add remove snap in, and here we can see the schema master is available. Add it. OK. File. Go to the save as. Put on desktop, and open it. And here we can see the schema contain two important components, classes and attributes. Do you want to transfer? Please right click here, go to the operation master, change it. Unfortunately, we are not able to see the domain. Do one thing, right click, change domain controller, change active directory. And where you want to transfer? ATC. Okay. And right click on operation master and see, now you can easily transfer it. This is the way that you can use to transfer your FSMO role from root domain controller to additional domain controller or additional domain controller to root domain controller. I hope everyone okay with the concept. This single video help you to understand everything related to Active Directory. Teach Me Cloud always with you, and we always try to improve our training quality and give you the proper the steps to grow yourself in IT career. I'm going to complete this point. We successfully transfer, and next is related to DHCP and DNS. Let's talk about the use cases of DHCP and DNS, and also we'll discuss about the implementation process, right? How we can implement this DHCP service. Both are connected to each other, right? DHCP and DNS both are connected to each other. But let me start about DHCP server. So DHCP is a type of service which is available in multiple kind of network devices. Start with first, what is DHCP, right? From very basic, and second, we are going to talk about DORA process. You also need to know about the concept of DORA process. Number third, how to configure DHCP, how to configure DHCP. Number four, DHCP scopes. And number fifth, DHCP reservation. And number six is DHCP failover, right? You also need to know about failover and relay agent. All right. So we also discuss about source of DHCP. Source of DHCP means how many network devices can help us to configure DHCP in the real environment, because you guys are system administrator and you should know about the different types of network devices which are available in the environment that help us to manage and configure DHCP services, right? So let's talk about the work of DHCP. In the real environment, let's take an example. This is your office premises, right? And up to more than 200 machines are available. Not only the client computers, not only the laptop and desktop, multiple server, multiple printer, biometric devices. These all devices are available in the office premises, right? And we are responsible to provide network. We are responsible to provide access of internet to all the connected devices. No matter your devices are connected with the help of cable or without cable, wireless, because you should use a mediator to provide communication between the all devices. We have a two different method to configure IP address. Configure static IP address, right? Configure static IP address, which is also considered as a manual IP address. manual IP setup. And the second, configure IP using DHCP. Also, you can say that automatic. DHCP is responsible to assign the IP address to all the connected devices using the protocol of DHCP, right? DHCP always work with the UDP. That's why we can assign the IP address to all connected devices, no matter machines are in work group or domain, or you want to connect your mobile phone, CCTV camera, printer, whatever device that you want to connect with the network environment, your DHCP will be applicable to assign the IP address to all connected devices. Clear? Now, let's talk about DHCP sources, resources. How many sources that we can consider as a DHCP resources? DHCP setup. We can set up our DHCP service with the help of multiple network devices. Like you can configure with the server 2022, which is operating system, allow us to configure DHCP, contain the feature of DHCP. L2 or L3 switch give us option to configure DHCP. Wi-Fi router, right? Wi-Fi router can allow us to set up DHCP. Number 4, firewall can also allow us to set up DHCP. Number 5, apart from the firewall, you can also establish DHCP with the help of Cisco router. Yes. With the help of Cisco router, we can configure. So no matter, it's not mandatory you are going to configure DHCP with the help of server operating system only. No, you can also establish your DHCP with the help of Cisco router, firewall, Wi-Fi router, and L2 or L3 switches. Whatever configurable switch that you establish in the environment, you can allow and configure DHCP with the help of switches. All right, next, can we proceed for next? Now we completed the part of, let's talk about DORA process. This is our DHCP server, right? We establish our DHCP server using server 2022. This is the source, and the logical port number of DHCP server is 67, right? And the number of machines, the client computers which are available in the environment, that always work with 68, 67 for provider, mean DHCP server, and 68 for the client PC. This is the logical port number you guys are aware about. Client logical port from 65,535 logical ports, 68 for client, 67 for server. DORA. DORA. DORA process. Let's talk about. Discover by client whatever machines that want to access IP address from DHCP pool. So discover by client, offer by DHCP server, right? And then request by client again, and the last, acknowledge, right? Acknowledge by the DHCP server. Whenever we connect our machine with that cable, it will broadcast the signal, where is my DHCP. If you put your adapter in an automatic setting of IP address, then it will try to find where is my DHCP server, and which is considered as a discover. And if any DHCP server or provider available in the environment, then it will offer you that I have a pool of IP address, and I'm offering you, do you want any IP address? Then request by the client and acknowledge by the DHCP. This is the final step. These 4 different steps can help us to manage our communication. You can say that the talk between your DHCP server and DHCP clients. I hope everyone okay with these points. Good, good. And now it's time to configure DHCP using server 2022. To configure DHCP, we have already established 2 different machines. So I'm going to use my root domain controller to install DHCP role. Definitely, this is the type of role. Click add role and features. Next, 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 and select DHCP server. This is the type of role. Select you. Next, and install. Very first step, install DHCP role from the server manager dashboard, right? This is our responsibility. Installation is in progress and you have to wait for a few more minutes. And meanwhile, I'm going to turn on one more machine that I can show you like as a real environment, how it works in the real infrastructure. Client machine, we are going to assign the IP address through the DHCP to our client machine, because the second additional domain controller we will use for the DHCP failover practical. So that's why client is important, that I can show you your client machine is currently getting an IP address from the DHCP pool that you decided, correct? Installation is in progress. Let's wait. And remember your IP address that you assigned 192.168.71, 148. So we will put a unique IP address in our DHCP pool, right? In the pool we will like put up a separate kind of IP address, the range of IP address. Client machine is in progress. Okay, DHCP server installation is in progress. Successfully installed. Please click on complete DHCP configuration. Next, commit. Close it. Close and go to the tools, open DHCP. IPv4 and IPv6, both type of IP addresses you can assign to our connected devices, but 99% organizations are currently using IPv4 in the local area network. Few of internet service providers are currently using IPv6 to distribute their IP address to the connected resources. Right click on DHCP and here we need to click on scope. This is a standard or general scope. Type the name of scope, training scope, right? This is the name. Next, range of IP address, how much IP address you want to put on your pool, and according to that, all the connected devices will get an IP address from that particular pool. 192.168.71.200, 192.168.71.250. From 200 to 250 IP address, we decided to distribute to all connected devices which are available in the same network environment. And this is really important for everyone. We need to put some IP addresses in this particular panel, because these are the range of IP address that you are going to mention on this exclusion. We don't want to share with, we don't want to assign to the network devices, because same IP addresses we will use for reservation, right? The excluded IP address will use for the reservation. So from 200 to 172.168.71.210, starting 10 IP address, I want to put in exclusion and execution, and the same range of IP address we will use for the reservation. Because if you're not going to exclude any IP address, then it may be create a problem. Your reservation reserved IP address and the IP address that provided by DHCP will conflict to each other. No need to do anything. Proceed with next. Gateway is important. 192.168.71.2. This is the gateway address and mandatory to assign, because all the machines will get an access of internet from this gateway address. Proceed with next. DNS, preferred DNS or alternate DNS important, because the machines which are connected with the DHCP IP address and you are going to convert that machines from workgroup to domain. So mandatory to inform about your preferred and alternate DNS. Next, finish. Our DHCP pool is ready to use. Can we check it? Let me go back to our client computer. I'll try to log in with the help of root account, because you know that we don't have access when we access our client computer using Active Directory users, because we need to put our Ethernet adapter in automatic format. Windows 11 and ncpa.cpl. Go to the properties and let me change IPv4. I don't want to configure manual IP address because DHCP server is configured and live. So put your Ethernet adapter in automatic format. CMD ipconfig slash release ipconfig slash release and ipconfig slash renew. Bit slow. Let's wait. Renew. And let's wait for a few more seconds. We'll maybe we'll get an IP address from our DHCP pool that we provided. Yeah, you're getting an IP address 211 because from 200 to 210 we already reserved for not reserved excluded. Let me go back, click on address list, refresh the page. Right click display statics. One IP address we are getting from the same range. Local domain. Let me identify. Bit slow, no worry. ipconfig slash all to identify. Okay, we are getting a DHCP server. Class.com, ncpa.cpl, disable and enable it. Because you know that in NAT, the personal DHCP of this VMware workstation is also working in the backend. So that's why, due to priority on our NAT, maybe we are not able to get an IP address, but we will reserve it. Now, one IP address assigned, go to the address list and it will show you the IP address which is provided by DHCP server to one machine. This is 71211 class PC teachmecloud.in through the DHCP, and this is the pool. Let me check it again. ipconfig all to identify our DHCP provider, right? So your DHCP IP address that yes, this one is our DHCP IP address provided by DHCP server 24054. But we are able to see the information about this machine on DHCP leases. This is the concept that you can assign. We already excluded few IP addresses like from 200 to 210 through the DHCP exclusion. So now let's talk about how we can reserve it. We decided to reserve or fix the IP address to this machine 205. So copy the physical address, and we have a multiple way to get to know about the physical address. Get MAC, and it will show you the physical address of your machine. Please copy this physical address back to the server, and here we can see the reservation. Right click new reservation, DB server. This is the name, right? And how much you want to fix? 205 we want to fix for this machine. Paste and add. We assigned, we reserved one IP address to our client computer. Please go back and execute the same command, ipconfig slash release and slash renew. ipconfig/release and /renew. Still we are getting 211, no problem. ncpa.cpl. Let me disable this adapter. Still we are getting into 211. Wait for a few more minutes. Two zero five, we are able to see that reserve for DB server, right? It means that your reservation is working properly. Bit slow. Our client machine is bit slow. ipconfig still showing 211, but on domain controller we are able to find the IP address is assigned to this server, right? This is about DHCP reservation. I hope everyone okay with the concept of DHCP reservation. And let's wait. And the last topic of DHCP is DHCP failover. This is important. The meaning of failover, we already configured one DHCP server, one additional domain controller. We decided, like, think about, if your DHCP server will down, if the training scope will down, then all the client machines will not able to get an access of IP address automatically. So that's why we are going to create a copy of this training scope and put it into the ADC2. Basic steps required: open server manager dashboard, add roles and features, click next, next, and install DHCP. This is additional domain controller, and we are trying to use this machine to set up our additional domain to set up our DHCP failover, the copy of DHCP, right? So how it work in the real environment, DHCP failover, the importance of DHCP failover is as per the name suggests, you can also say that replication. DHCP server and DHCP failover. We are going to create a copy, right? For example, we established 192.168.71.200, and this is a start range of IP address, and 192.168.71.250, correct? And we decided to create a copy. Scope name is training. All the machines are connected to the same mediator, means switch, and number of PCs, number of client computers are also joined with this machine. And these machines are getting IP address through the pool that you established. And think about, if your DHCP server will down, then all machines will not get an access of IP address. All machines will get a PIPA IP address. So that's why we are going to create a copy of this machine to the failover. All good? Very basic steps required. We configured, okay, next, and commit. Close it and go to the tools, DHCP. We don't have any scope on our DHCP. We are not able to find any DHCP scope, but on our root domain controller, training scope is available. So need to check the IP address that we provided to additional domain controller. I want to verify. IP address must be manual 150 171.150. This is your partner IP address. So right click on your scope and go to the configure failover, click next. Here we need to provide partner address 192.168.71.150. Proceed with next. This is failure. Configure manual password in case of anyone want to reset it. 50%, 50%, no need to make any changes. Finish. Your failover is ready to use. In if any problem occur with our root domain controller, you will get an access of same scope on our additional domain controller. Please refresh it and see we are able to see the same scope that we created on our root domain controller. I hope everyone okay with the concept that we completed so far. This is really important DHCP services. You should clear about the each and everything. And now DHCP relay agent. So relay agent is a service which is always work with the DHCP, and the work of DHCP relay agent can help us to segregate right our network like two scopes that you establish. One is 192.168 dot something, and another is based on class B 172.16 dot something. So you want to distribute the IP address based on two different scopes, then DHCP relay agent will help you. No use of nowadays because we have a number of other services are available. So you can say that the DHCP relay agent can help us to distribute the or segregate the network classes to the different department. We good with the DHCP, and next topic is about DNS setup and management, right? So we almost completed our course. I hope you guys are with me. Make your notes and write down the all information. Drop comment. Coordinate to team by using our WhatsApp, like the number that I shared in description. Email your feedback on support at teachmecloud.net. I will definitely try to improve. Your all of you suggestions are really important for us because according to your suggestion will add more long videos, long courses for everyone. So let's take a break for 10 minutes and we are going to connect and complete our course of ADDS with the DNS and server backup. Take a break, guys. Another important topic of Active Directory and Server 2022. Here we are going to talk about the complete details related to the DNS. So in this entire module, we are going to talk about the public DNS and private DNS. We'll talk about the queries, records, and different types of zones that we need to configure to resolve name to IP and IP to the name. So let me help you to understand the points that we are going to discuss in this DNS part. So we'll start from very basic. What is DNS? Everyone need to know about the concept of DNS. Then the concept of public and private DNS, right? Public and private DNS, because we can set up our DNS services with the help of our on-premises domain controller, and we can also buy the domain from different domain providers, or you can say that the registrars which are available in the market like GoDaddy, Hosting, or Bluehost, right? So we'll discuss about the public and private DNS, then about DNS zone, right? So where we can configure our forward lookup zone and reverse lookup zone. Then we'll discuss about DNS records, how many records are available, and then finally we'll talk about the DNS forwarder and DNS commands, right? So these six different points we are going to cover in this module, you can say that. So let's start our journey with the concept of DNS. As per the name suggests, you guys are aware about which is very difficult to memorize the IP address of all the machines which are available in the network environment. So that's why it is easy to just remember the name of computers which are connected with the domain controller. So DNS can help us to resolve our problem. The work of DNS is domain naming server or domain naming service. And with the help of this domain naming server or domain naming server service, for example, we establish one domain controller in server 2022. The domain controller name is teachmecloud.in, and n number of machines are connected. I'm talking about the machine in the sense number of client computers which are directly associated with the teachmecloud.in domain controller, right? All the computers we successfully converted from workgroup to the domain, and you know that each and every machines contain their own name. HRPC, this is the name of computer, and the second one is test PC, and the last one is maybe class PC. So these all are machines, these all client machines are directly connected. We converted these machines from workgroup to domain, and IP address of these computers are 192.168.1.10, 192.168.1.15, and 192.168.1.20. IP address of our root domain controller may be 192.168.1.100. So all machines are connected to each other because we provided the same C class based IP address to all the devices and connected with the same mediator. I'm talking about the switch, and we converted our machines from our group to domain. And see, we have a two different information, right? These two information basically will use to manage the DNS service. The work of DNS will help us to resolve or translate name to the IP, right? Translate name to the IP, and also IP address to the name. Do not use the word of convert, because the conversion is a separate part. It is responsible to translate the name to the particular IP address of machine and also IP address to the name, vice versa. How we can set up this domain? But before that, you should clear about the gap between public DNS and private DNS, right? Public DNS and private DNS. This is important for us. We should clear about the concept of these two different types of domain services that we have. You know that if you want to host your website, right? You want to set up web server to host your website, any website, information related website, e-commerce related website. You want to set up your LMS, so definitely these services we can access from anywhere in the world with the help of internet and browser. And second, any type of application server. You decided to host your mobile application server and you want to make it applicable for Android and iOS both. And you want to set up email services like Exchange, Google Workspace, Microsoft 365. You want to route your email to internal and external, both types of email address and recipients. Always use this particular public domain. And online gaming, you want to host online gaming activity, you want to make it applicable for all the users, so definitely you must need to purchase your domain from different domain providers which are available in the market, like GoDaddy is the one of most popular, Hostinger is also another platform, and Bluehost. These all platform can allow us to buy the domain as per your business, as per the application that you decided to host. But what about private DNS? So private is applicable for within the premises, and in this case, it's mandatory to set up one server, and server should contain Active Directory domain services. You must need to install ADDS role, right? And with the help of ADDS role, you need to set up one domain. Like I created a domain with name of teachmecloud.in, and multiple client machines are available, right? And number of machines are available. So the work of this on-premises ADDS can help us to translate username to password, username to, sorry, machine name to the IP address, and vice versa, IP address to machine name. This is HRPC and 192.168.1.10, and with the help of DNS we can easily translate name to IP and IP address to the name. I'm going to show you the practical, and note, for public domain, whatever domain that you want to purchase must be unique, right? Unique name you need to decide for your business, for domain that you are going to purchase, and second, pay rent for the name. Mandatory to pay the rent for name that you decided. And if you buy any domain name in entire world, no one can buy the same domain. So this is the actual gap between the type of domain or type of DNS. We good with that. And now let's talk about the DNS zone. So basically, The DNS in our server 2022 divided into two different part. DNS zone categorized in two different part. One is forward lookup zone and another is reverse lookup zone. Forward lookup zone and the another is reverse lookup zone. And huge gap between both, like forward lookup zone and reverse lookup zone. As per the name suggests, the meaning of forward lookup zone automatically automatic installed with ADDS service means whenever we install Active Directory domain services, it will automatically come into the picture. No need to install and configure it manually. And second, reverse lookup zone need to configure manually, right? It's mandatory. You need to configure manually. It's our responsibility. Number next, this is applicable for resolve name of device to IP address. And if we talk about the reverse lookup zone, help us to resolve IP address to the name of device. So this is the actual work, and we have another type of zone like which is considered as a primary zone and secondary zone, and the last one is stub zone, right? So three different types of zones are available when we set up our reverse lookup zone, because forward lookup zone already available and working properly. We are easily able to resolve the name to IP, but from name to IP to the name, you need to configure reverse lookup zone. I'm going to show you. This is our root domain controller, and we already provided a name and IP address to this machine. ADC machine also configured with manual IP address, and we assign one IP address and name to our additional domain controller. Very first step for this practical, open ncpa.cpl. It will show us the name of our domain controller that we configured. And next, let's proceed ncpa.cpl. Both are able to resolve the name. Open our root domain controller and we just need to proceed with CMD. Here we need to execute the command of nslookup and the name of your computer additional domain controller is ADC. And we are able to see the name of IP address of our additional domain controller because your forward lookup zone is working properly. If I'm going to type the IP address of 192.168.71.150, unfortunately unable to resolve the name from the IP address because we haven't set up any reverse lookup zone. So go back to the root domain controller, open DNS wizard by using server manager dashboard, go to the tools and select DNS, right? And in the DNS, we have already, the forward lookup zone is already available. Here we can see the forward lookup zone and it will give you the complete information about your current infrastructure. ADC is the name, WinMS5 is the name of computer, and this is the IP address 148 and 150. Two machines are connected to each other, and we are able to resolve the name to IP, but we are not able to resolve the IP address to the name because you have to configure reverse lookup zone. Right click, proceed with the next. Three options are available: primary zone, secondary zone, and stub zone. We need to proceed with the reverse. In the reverse lookup zone, we need to configure primary zone because it will create the information about your connected devices or whatever machines that will connect in future. The all information is stored by this machine. Secondary zone will create another copy of your existing record and put it into the second DNS server. If you have a more than one DNS server in the environment and you want to create the copy of your entire record to the another machine for the backup purpose, so please proceed with the secondary zone. Step zone is more related to the servers. Any ADC, PDC, CDC, or any RODC machine or GC machines are available. Step zone is responsible to contain the information about that servers. So I want to proceed with primary because we don't have any additional like that DNS server. So please proceed with next. Next, here we need to proceed with IPv4 and provide the IP network 168.71. You just need to provide the information about the network address. Proceed with next. Allow both secure and non-secure, that we can easily create the copy of our records from Failover lookup zone, and we need to move this record to the reverse lookup zone. Right click on the record, go to the properties and check mark the PTR record. So once you activate the PTR record, your 150 will easily able to find on this reverse lookup zone. Within 15 minutes, your DNS reverse lookup zone will start their work. So I'm going back to the additional domain controller and need to execute few commands: ipconfig slash flush DNS and ipconfig slash register DNS, right? These two commands that we need to execute on our domain, and also your root domain controller, it required a 15-minute to resolve the all queries related to the DNS, right? So I'm going to open cmd ipconfig slash release, not release, flush DNS, flush DNS, and ipconfig register DNS. These two commands that we need to execute to resolve the query from like as our domain controller and connected devices. So it will take up to 15 minutes, and after 15 minutes, we are going to execute the command of nslookup and nslookup, right? And type the IP address 192.168.71.150, and I think we are able to resolve. Yes, we are able to resolve adc.teachmecloud.net. And if I'm going to put adc, it will resolve the IP address. All good. So this is about the DNS and nslookup and the commands that required. What else? DNS records, which is also important for us. We should know about the different types of DNS records that we need to configure. So let's talk about private DNS records that we need to configure within the premises, and also we need to know about the use cases of these DNS records. A, 4 time A, CNAME, MX record, PTR record, SOA record, and NS record. So these all are the type of records that you need to configure. So let me tell you about the use cases of these records, because this is really important for us. We must need to clear about our concepts related to the work of these records. All devices in network, right, that available with IPv4, right? With available with IPv4. They contain the information about the all machines which are available with the IPv4, all the devices that available in the network environment, but based on IPv6, then 4 time A records come into the picture. What else? CNAME is the duplicate name, or you can also say that this is applicable for alias. Next, MX is basically mail exchanger, any kind of exchange server, and you want to set up your mailing services with the help of on-premises server, then mail exchanger record come into the picture. This is considered as a pointer record, right? And the work of pointer record help to translate IP to name, right? This is the actual work. And SOA, start of authority. This is applicable for start of authority. You can say that main DNS server, main server in network. NS, name server, whatever server that you establish in the infrastructure that contain all the information like PDC, CDC, ADC, RODC, whatever servers which are available in the environment that contained by the NS. I hope you guys are clear about the concept of these DNS records. So this is about the DNS services. Let's talk about forwarder, because this is important for everyone. You should know about the work of DNS forwarder. The meaning of DNS forwarder is basically help us to set up trust relationship. This is applicable for trust relationship. For example, you are going to set up one domain with name of class.com and another domain controller, primary domain controller available with name of cloud.com, right? Both are different to each other. And in this case, you want to make a trust between each other, then DNS forwarder will help you. You need to inform about your IP address. Let's take an example. 192.168.1.100. This is the IP address of class.com. 172.16.51.200. This is the IP address of our cloud.com. So you need to exchange the IP address and record it into the forwarder, and then we are able to configure. Guys, this is about the concept of DNS forwarder. In single line, you can say that the DNS forwarder can help us to establish our trust relationship between two different domain controllers. That time it work and help you to resolve name to IP and IP to the name in cross domain controller. All good. So this is the concept. The last topic is server backup. So I'm giving you as a compliment because every organization try to set up their backup of server with the help of third party application. So let's talk about build in features in server for backup, right? So basically you are able to find three options: full server backup, second system state backup, and the last one is our bare metal backup. Yes, bare metal backup. Try to understand the use cases of these backup services, right? This is for complete operating system plus services only for ADDS. This is applicable for only Active Directory domain services, and this one is for operating system with all server services. So this is the actual use cases of server, and now most of the organization are set up their backup of server with the help of third party applications. So that's why you should clear about the concept. Now we completed entire content that we decided, and by using this single video, I hope you guys are properly able to understand everything related to the Active Directory domain services. So stay tuned with Teach Me Cloud. Give your valuable feedback on our Google review page and also through the comment. I'll try to create more long video for you that you can upgrade your skill, update your skill, and also growth in your IT career. Thank you so much, everyone. Take care. Bye bye. We'll connect soon with another long course video.